I remember the summer of '98 like it was yesterday, even though more than 2 decades have blurred a lot of the edges since. I was 22, fresh out of college, feeling invincible and a little bit lost. My older brother, Mark, had just gotten a temporary job overseeing a logging operation way up in the Cascade foothills, deep in the wilderness that bordered the national forest. He was 2 years my senior, always the more adventurous one, and he'd convinced me to come visit for a few weeks, help him with some administrative grunt work, and generally just escape the city heat. It sounded like an adventure, and honestly, I needed one. My car, a beat-up '89 Ford Ranger with a persistent squeak in the suspension, was packed with enough instant coffee and paperback thrillers to last me a month. The drive up was brutal, winding dirt roads that turned to gravel, then to little more than rocky paths. Cell service died about 2 hours in, leaving me with nothing but static on the radio and the endless, towering pines for company. Mark's camp was basic, to say the least. A couple of sturdy trailers for sleeping, a larger one that served as a makeshift kitchen and office, and an assortment of heavy machinery parked haphazardly around a clearing. It was remote, isolated, and exactly what I thought I wanted. The nearest town, a speck on the map called Cedar Gulch, was a good 45-minute drive, mostly on that same treacherous dirt road. The logging crew mostly kept to themselves, tough, weathered guys who gave me polite nods and not much else. Mark, on the other hand, was in his element, barking orders, poring over maps, and constantly on the move. My job, such as it was, involved tallying inventory, tracking fuel consumption, and occasionally driving supplies back and forth from Cedar Gulch. It was mind-numbingly boring, but it paid for my gas and ramen, so I didn't complain. The real draw was the wilderness itself. In the evenings, after the crew had packed it in, Mark and I would often hike some of the lesser-used trails, sometimes just to explore, sometimes to check on a boundary marker or a new felling area. We had a healthy respect for the forest. Mark, especially, drilled into me the importance of being prepared, of knowing your surroundings, and never taking anything for granted out there. He'd seen enough mishaps, minor and major, to instill a deep caution in him. One particularly sweltering Tuesday, Mark sent me into Cedar Gulch for a refill of diesel for one of the generators, along with a grocery list that read like a bachelor's lament: more instant coffee, canned chili, and a forgotten brand of cheap biscuits. The trip there and back was usually uneventful, a dusty blur of green and brown. But this time, Mark had an extra errand for me. "There's a shortcut," he'd said, tracing a finger on a worn map across a squiggly blue line. "It shaves a good 20 minutes off the drive if you're careful. Goes right over the old Devil's Creek Bridge. Cuts out that long loop around Widow's Peak." I looked at the map. The shortcut looked promising, a thin, almost invisible line compared to the main road. Devil's Creek Bridge, never heard of it. Mark shrugged, already distracted by a crackling radio transmission. "It's old. Wood and steel, I think. Locals use it. Just be careful. It's not exactly highway standard. And whatever you do, don't stop on it." He gave me a quick, intense look, then waved me off. "All right, go on. We're almost out of generator fuel." That last part, "don't stop on it," struck me as a bit odd, but I figured it was just Mark being Mark, overly cautious about old infrastructure. He was always a stickler for safety. I loaded up the Ranger, the diesel drum clanking in the bed, and headed out, keen to try the shortcut. Saving 20 minutes meant 20 minutes less bouncing over potholes. The drive to Cedar Gulch was routine. The diesel and groceries were acquired. On the way back, I turned off the main gravel road onto what could only generously be called a path. It was narrower, overgrown with ferns and wild brush, the trees pressing in closer, making the air feel cooler and heavier. Sunlight struggled to penetrate the dense canopy. I felt a slight thrill of discovery, like I was finding a secret passage. This was the kind of thing I'd come up here for. After all, the sense of adventure, of being off the beaten path. After about 15 minutes of slow, careful driving, the trees suddenly opened up to a sight that made me slow to a crawl. There it was, the Devil's Creek Bridge. It spanned a deep gorge, far below which a dark, rushing creek tumbled over ancient rocks. The bridge itself was a relic, a latticework of weathered timber and rusted steel girders, looking like something out of an old black and white movie. It was narrow, just wide enough for one vehicle, and had no guardrails, just a low wooden curb on either side. A shiver, not entirely from the cooler air, ran down my spine. This wasn't just old, it felt ancient, forgotten. The wood groaned softly in the faint breeze, a low, resonant sound that seemed to carry an age-old sigh. But it was functional, solid-looking enough, despite its decrepit appearance. I took a deep breath, shifted into a lower gear, and nudged the Ranger onto the bridge. The tires rumbled over the thick wooden planks, a hollow, echoing sound that filled the small cab. The truck vibrated gently, a sensation that was part road, part something else, like the bridge itself was breathing. I was maybe a third of the way across, focused on keeping the wheels centered on the narrow path, when I glanced down at the driver's side mirror. That's when I saw it, or rather, didn't see it. The sun, which had been directly behind me as I approached the bridge, was now streaming through a gap in the trees, casting long, stark shadows from every pine, every rock, every fern. But under my truck, under my arm hanging out the window, under my own head, where there should have been a clear, elongated shadow on the dusty planks, there was nothing, just the muted, flat color of the old wood. My shadow was gone. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. I slammed on the brakes without even thinking, the Ranger lurching to a stop with a squeal of tires on the ancient planks. The diesel drum clanked ominously in the bed. The sudden silence was deafening, broken only by the groan of the bridge and the distant rush of the creek far below. I stared again, harder this time. My arm, the one I had casually propped on the open window frame, was definitely there, tanned from the summer sun. My head, turning sharply, was present and accounted for. The truck, solid metal and rubber, was undeniable. And the sun, piercing through a brief break in the canopy, was undeniably bright, casting long, sharp shadows of every surrounding tree and bush onto the dirt and rocks beyond the bridge. Yet directly beneath my truck, where a dark, elongated silhouette should have stretched across the wooden planks, there was nothing, just the weathered, pale wood, as if the light simply passed through us. A cold dread seeped into my bones, a sensation far deeper than the cool air rising from the gorge. It wasn't just my shadow. The truck's shadow was gone too. The entire space occupied by my vehicle and myself was an impossible blank on the sun-drenched bridge. It was as if we were not there, or rather, as if we were made of something intangible, invisible to the light. My mind raced, scrambling for a rational explanation. An optical illusion, a trick of the light perhaps caused by the old wood or the angle of the sun or some strange atmospheric condition in the gorge. But the surrounding trees had shadows. The railing-like curb on the bridge had a shadow. Everything else had a shadow. Only the Ranger and I were exempt. Then Mark's words echoed in my head, sharp and clear. And whatever you do, don't stop on it. My stomach churned. I'd stopped. I'd done the one thing he'd specifically told me not to do. What had he known? Was this why? A whisper, barely audible over the wind, seemed to rise from the gorge itself. It was a mournful, drawn-out sound, like a sigh passing through ancient stone. It wasn't a human voice, not exactly, but it felt present. It felt like an invitation. Panic, cold and sharp, finally broke through my rationalization attempts. I had to get off this bridge. Now. My hands, slick with sweat, fumbled for the gear shift. I threw the Ranger into drive, my foot slamming the accelerator, ignoring the warning bells going off in my head about the narrowness and decrepit state of the bridge. The tires spun for a fraction of a second on the planks before catching, and the truck lurched forward. As I moved, I risked another glance in the mirror. For a fleeting instant, as the truck began to roll, a faint, shimmering outline seemed to coalesce beneath us, a ghostly suggestion of a shadow, then it vanished again. It was as if the act of motion, or perhaps my panicked focus, had momentarily disrupted whatever strange phenomenon was at play. The wooden planks beneath me rumbled, a louder, more frantic sound now. The bridge seemed to respond, vibrating with an intensity that went beyond just the truck's weight. The low groan it had made earlier intensified, becoming a deep, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate through the very soles of my feet, up my legs and into my chest. It felt less like a structure straining and more like a living thing singing, or perhaps protesting. My eyes were glued to the end of the bridge, the rough dirt path beyond representing salvation. Each plank felt like an eternity. The gorge yawned to my left, a dizzying drop, and I fought the irrational urge to steer away from it, even though there was nowhere to go. My knuckles were white on the steering wheel, my jaw clenched so tight it ached. I could feel sweat trickling down my back, plastering my shirt to my skin. Finally, blessedly, the front tires hit the dirt path. Then the back tires. I didn't slow down, didn't look back. I sped off the shortcut, the dense trees immediately closing in, their shadows long and normal on the forest floor. I didn't stop until I was a good mile down the road, heart still pounding, breath coming in ragged gasps. I pulled over to the side, killed the engine, and slumped against the steering wheel, trying to regain control. The air in the cab was thick with the smell of my own fear. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold them steady. What in God's name had just happened? I looked down at my hands, then at my arms. They seemed normal. I looked at the dashboard, at the passenger seat. Everything was as it should be. I even got out of the truck cautiously, stepping onto the sun-dappled forest floor. My shadow, stark and clear, stretched out before me, long and distorted by the setting sun. The truck's shadow was there too, dark and unmistakable. It had only happened on the bridge, only there. A shiver went through me, more profound than any I'd ever experienced. It wasn't just fear anymore. It was a deep, unsettling sense that I had brushed against something fundamentally wrong, something that defied the very laws of reality as I understood them. Mark's warning, "Don't stop on it." He hadn't explained why. He hadn't needed to explain why. He had known or suspected. I got back into the truck, started the engine, and drove the rest of the way to camp in a daze, the details of the bridge replaying in my mind like a terrifying, impossible movie. The missing shadows, the humming, that mournful sigh from the gorge. When I finally pulled into the clearing, the generator fuel drum still clanking in the back, the sun was beginning to dip below the western peaks, painting the sky in fiery oranges and purples. The logging crew was packing up, their voices rough but cheerful. Mark was standing near the main trailer, a clipboard in hand, barking orders to a burly logger named Gus. He looked up as I approached, his brow furrowed slightly. "Took you long enough, everything all right?" I tried to keep my voice steady, to act normal. "Yeah, fine, just traffic." It was a ridiculous lie. There was no traffic on these roads, but I couldn't bring myself to tell him. Not yet. How could I even begin to explain? The shortcut was interesting. Mark grunted, clearly not paying full attention. Yeah, it's a bit rough. Just remember, don't stop on it. He emphasized the last part, meeting my eyes for a moment. There was a peculiar glint in his gaze, a fleeting expression I couldn't quite decipher. Was it concern, warning, or something else? Then he turned back to Gus. All right, Gus, get that winch looked at first thing tomorrow. I swallowed hard, the metallic taste of fear still in my mouth. He said it again, the same warning, and that look, it had been knowing. He knew something about that bridge. He had to. I unloaded the diesel drum, my muscles stiff and uncooperative. Gus and another logger, a quiet man named Frank, helped me, their hands rough but efficient. They seemed perfectly normal, entirely oblivious to the impossible experience I'd just had. The sheer mundanity of their actions felt jarring against the chaos in my mind. That evening, over canned chili and instant coffee, Mark talked about logging schedules, fuel efficiency, and the upcoming rain forecast. I picked at my food, unable to shake the image of the shadowless truck. Every time Mark mentioned the shortcut, or even just the creek, I tensed up, waiting for him to elaborate, to explain. But he never did. He just talked about practical matters, his demeanor as grounded and ordinary as ever. I debated bringing it up countless times. Hey, Mark, about that bridge, but the words wouldn't come. How do you describe something that fundamentally defies reality? Would he laugh? Would he think I was losing my mind? And if he did know, why hadn't he told me more? Why just a cryptic warning? I ended up feigning tiredness and retreated to my trailer early. The twin bunks were narrow, the air stale. I lay there in the darkness, listening to the chirping of crickets and the distant howl of coyotes, my mind awhirl. Sleep felt impossible. Every creak of the trailer, every rustle of leaves outside, sounded like the groaning of old timber. The next morning I was exhausted. My eyelids felt heavy, my head foggy. Mark, however, was his usual energetic self. He had me doing inventory checks, which meant driving the Ranger around the various felling areas. The thought of getting back behind the wheel made my stomach clench, but I forced myself. I needed to prove to myself that everything was normal. The Ranger felt like my old truck again, solid and predictable. As I drove through the forest, the sun bright, my shadow was consistently there, a dark companion on the dusty ground. The memory of the bridge still haunted me, a cold knot in my gut, but in the ordinary light of day, surrounded by the mundane tasks of the logging camp, it felt distant, almost unreal. A nightmare I'd had while awake. But I couldn't escape it, not entirely. Later that afternoon, Mark called me into the office trailer. He was hunched over a large topographical map, a pencil in hand. All right, he said, not looking up. I need you to run a boundary check. Old claim, parcel 7. It's way up north past Devil's Creek. My blood ran cold. Past Devil's Creek. I tried to keep my voice casual. Does that mean over the bridge? He finally looked up, his gaze sharp. Yeah, over the bridge. It's the fastest way. Saves you an hour of driving around. Why, problem? I hesitated. This was my chance. My throat felt dry. No problem. I lied again, the words tasting like ash. Just making sure I know the route. I couldn't tell him. Not now, not when he was sending me back there. I needed to go back. I needed to see it again, to confirm it. To prove to myself it wasn't some delusion brought on by heat stroke or dehydration. Mark seemed to accept my answer, turning back to the map. Good, take the GPS and make sure you verify the markers. Some of these old ones are hard to find. And don't waste time. We need this done before dusk. I nodded numbly, grabbed the GPS unit, and headed out. My hands were shaking again as I started the Ranger. The journey to the bridge felt like a death march. Every turn in the dirt road brought me closer. Every tree seemed to lean in, whispering. I tried to rationalize it again. Maybe it was a specific time of day. Maybe the angle of the sun, or a cloud passing by at that precise moment. I clung to these hopes like a drowning man to a piece of driftwood. The shortcut path appeared, just as overgrown and narrow as before. I took it, my resolve hardening. I had to know. For my own sanity, I had to know. The trees parted, revealing the Devil's Creek Bridge. It looked exactly the same, ancient, weathered, a skeletal arm of wood and steel reaching across the gorge. The rushing water below seemed darker, more menacing, the wind through the timbers a more pronounced lament. I stopped the truck a good 100 feet from the bridge, heart pounding. The sun was high overhead, a bright, clear afternoon. No strange angles, no clouds, perfect conditions for shadows. My shadow was clearly visible, stretching behind me as I sat in the truck. The Ranger's shadow was there too, dark and distinct on the dusty path. I took a deep, shuddering breath, shifted into drive, and slowly, deliberately nudged the truck forward. My eyes were glued to the driver's side mirror, anticipating, dreading. The front tires rolled onto the planks. The familiar hollow rumble began, vibrating through the cab. The wood groaned. I was maybe 5 feet onto the bridge, still well within the shadow cast by the trees lining the approach. Then, as the Ranger crept further, passing the tree line and entering the direct sunlight that bathed the center of the gorge, it happened again. One moment there was a shadow. The next, as if a switch had been flipped, it simply vanished. Not faded, not distorted, but gone. Completely. The space where my shadow should have been, where the truck's shadow should have been, was just the flat, pale wood of the bridge. My foot instinctively slammed on the brake again. The truck jerked to a stop. The silence returned, save for the hum of the bridge and the rushing creek. I stared, frozen, at the impossible blankness beneath me. It wasn't a trick of the light. It wasn't an illusion. It was real, and it was happening again. The whisper returned, rising from the gorge, more distinct this time. It felt like a chorus of low, elongated tones, a mournful harmony that seemed to vibrate in the air around me. It was inarticulate, yet it felt like a presence, an ancient, sorrowful call. And then I heard another sound, faint, subtle, but undeniably distinct, a soft, rhythmic tap-tap-tapping coming from beneath the truck. My breath hitched. I leaned forward, straining to hear over the blood pounding in my ears. The tapping continued, delicate, persistent. It sounded like something tapping gently on the underside of the truck's frame, or perhaps on the planks themselves, just below me. My mind screamed at me to move, to get off the bridge, to follow Mark's warning. But a terrifying, morbid curiosity held me captive. What was tapping? I looked around frantically, but there was nothing visible. No loose branches, no animals. Just the ancient bridge, the deep gorge, and the impossible phenomenon beneath my vehicle. The tapping grew bolder, a little louder, a little faster. It felt like tiny fingers, or perhaps small stones, rattling against the metal. And then a low scrape, like something dragging itself along the underside of the chassis. A cold, clammy sensation spread across my skin, despite the warmth of the sun. It felt like something was under the truck, something unseen. I couldn't take it anymore. The tapping, the scraping, the shadowless void, the mournful hum, it was all too much. I slammed the Ranger into reverse, not even bothering to shift into drive first. The tires squealed, fighting for purchase on the old wood, the engine roaring in protest. The truck lurched backward violently. As I sped off the bridge backward, I saw it again in the mirror. That brief, shimmering outline of a shadow, a ghost of what should have been, flickering into existence for a split second as the truck moved, then vanishing as I crossed the threshold back into the shadowed approach. I didn't stop until I was well clear, roaring down the main dirt road towards Parcel 7, abandoning the shortcut entirely. I didn't care about saving time anymore. All I cared about was putting as much distance as possible between myself and that damned bridge. My hands were shaking uncontrollably again, my entire body trembling. My breath was still coming in ragged gasps. The memory of the tapping, the scraping, the profound sense of an unseen presence etched itself into my mind. I eventually found Parcel 7, completed the boundary check in a haze of fear and confusion, marking down the GPS coordinates with a numb precision. The rest of the afternoon passed in a blur. I avoided looking at the sun, afraid of what I might not see. When I got back to camp, Mark was once again by the office trailer, looking at a map. He looked up, a slight frown on his face. "You took your time." "Had some trouble finding one of the markers," I lied, my voice still a little shaky. "It was overgrown." He gave me a long, assessing look. "You look like you've seen a ghost." My blood ran cold, he noticed. Of course he noticed. He was Mark. "Long drive," I mumbled, trying to deflect. "Rough road." He didn't press it, but his gaze lingered, thoughtful. He knew something was up. He had to. That night I didn't even bother trying to sleep. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling of my trailer, listening to the night sounds. Every creak, every rustle brought back the tapping, the scraping. I kept seeing the image of that blank space beneath my truck, the absence of shadow. The next morning, the exhaustion was profound. Mark gave me a light day, mostly sorting paperwork in the office trailer. It was a mercy. I needed time to try and process, to try and understand. I spent hours poring over Mark's local maps, looking for any other features labeled Devil's Creek, any old stories, any unusual markings. But the map was just lines and labels, prosaic and silent. Later, while Mark was out in the field with Gus, I decided to try and find information another way. Cedar Gulch. It was a small town, but maybe the locals knew something. Mark had mentioned that locals use it when referring to the bridge. Maybe they had old tales warning something. I didn't tell Mark where I was going. I just grabbed my keys and headed out, a quiet urgency driving me. The main road to Cedar Gulch felt safe, normal. It was a welcome contrast to the terrifying shortcut. Cedar Gulch was even smaller than I remembered. A general store, a gas station, a diner, and a dusty post office. Not much else. The kind of place where everyone knew everyone else, and outsiders stuck out like a sore thumb. I decided to start at the general store. It was the hub of activity, where people gathered for supplies and gossip. The bell above the door jingled as I walked in, the scent of dust, old wood, and cured meats filling the air. An elderly woman with a kindly, wrinkled face and shrewd eyes was behind the counter bagging groceries for a grizzled old man in overalls. I browsed the shelves, pretending to look for something, while I tried to figure out how to approach the subject. The old man paid, grunted a goodbye, and shuffled out. The woman, whose name tag read Agnes, turned to me with a warm smile. "Anything I can help you find, young man." Yeah, maybe," I said, trying to sound casual. "I'm staying up at the logging camp with Mark, just came into town for a few things." I picked up a can of chili. Actually, I was wondering about some of the local history. I took a shortcut yesterday over an old bridge, Devil's Creek Bridge, I think it was called. Agnes's smile faded slightly. Her eyes, which had been warm, sharpened, gaining a cautious, almost knowing glint. Devil's Creek Bridge, you say? Her voice dropped a notch. That's an old one. Not many folks use that road anymore. Too rough. Yeah, it was pretty rough, I agreed, trying to lead her. Mark said locals use it sometimes. It felt particularly old, like it had some stories. She leaned closer, resting her elbows on the counter, her gaze fixed on mine. Stories it has, all right, plenty of 'em, most of 'em not for telling after dark. She paused, lowering her voice further. You stop on that bridge, boy. My heart jumped. I froze, chili can still in hand. My carefully constructed, casual facade crumbled. I did, yeah, for a second. Why? What happens? Agnes sighed a long, weary sound. Not much that you'd want to repeat, I reckon. Not much that makes sense in the light of day. She looked past me, out the dusty window, as if seeing something far away. My grandpappy, he was a logger too, back in the 30s. He worked on that bridge when they built it, after the old one washed out in a flood. Said it was cursed ground from the start. Cursed, I prompted, my voice barely a whisper. This was it. This was what I needed to hear. They found things when they were digging the foundations. Old bones, strange carvings in the bedrock. Indian burial ground, some said. Others said worse. Anyway, the work was plagued. Accidents, strange disappearances. Men would just walk off into the woods and never be seen again. They said the spirits didn't like the new crossing, didn't like the living disturbing their path. The spirits, I asked, a tremor in my voice. That's what they called 'em, said the bridge was a veil, a thin place between this world and another. She lowered her voice conspiratorially. Some folks say that if you stop on it at just the right time, when the sun is high and the veil is thin, your shadow leaves you. My blood ran cold, a deeper chill than anything I'd felt on the bridge. She knew. She actually knew. It did, I confessed, my voice barely audible. My shadow, and the truck it just vanished, and there was a sound, tapping. Agnes nodded slowly, her expression grim. The tapping. That's the most unsettling part, ain't it? They say it's the spirits trying to pull you through, to take a piece of you or maybe all of you. She looked directly at me, her eyes grave. Some folks never get their shadow back. They say they walk around, pale and hollow, like a piece of them got left behind on that bridge. And others, well, others never even make it off the bridge at all. Just gone, like a whisper in the wind. What do you mean, never get their shadow back? I asked, my mind reeling. I had my shadow, I'd seen it. Oh, you'll have one, but it won't be quite yours anymore. It'll be borrowed, a temporary thing from the other side. Her voice was steeped in generations of local superstition, yet she spoke with absolute conviction. And you'll feel it, boy, you'll feel the pull. That bridge, it marks you. A cold fear, unlike anything I'd ever known, tightened its grip on my chest. It wasn't just a weird phenomenon, it was something insidious, something that could take from you. What can I do? I asked, desperation creeping into my voice. Is there anything? How do I unmark myself? Agnes shook her head slowly. Once you've stopped, once it's taken notice, hard to say. Some folks say you have to go back, offer something. Others say you should never go near it again. Depends on what you believe, I reckon. But one thing's for sure. She leaned forward again, her voice a hushed warning. Whatever you do, don't let it follow you home. Follow me home. The idea sent a fresh wave of terror through me. If you feel a chill when there's no breeze, or hear a whisper when no one's speaking, if things move when they shouldn't, if your reflection looks a little off, That's it trying to cross over with you, trying to finish what it started on the bridge. She straightened up, her expression hardening. You need to tell your brother. He knows about the bridge. He's been here long enough. He'll understand. I thanked her, my mind a jumble of fear and new, impossible information. I bought the chili, my original errand almost forgotten. I left the store in a daze, the cheerful jingle of the bell sounding eerily out of place. I had to tell Mark. Agnes was right. He had given me that warning, that look. He knew. The drive back to camp was filled with a new kind of terror. Every shadow seemed to stretch too long. Every rustle in the trees sounded like the whisper Agnes had described. I gripped the steering wheel, my knuckles white, telling myself it was just my imagination, fueled by an old woman's superstitious tales. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. I had seen what I had seen. When I arrived back at the camp, Mark was just finishing up a call on the satellite phone outside the office trailer. He looked stressed, rubbing the back of his neck. "Everything all right?" I asked, trying to sound normal, though my heart was hammering. He sighed. "That was HQ. We've got a problem. The old fire road on the east side near Widow's Peak. It's completely washed out. Heavy rains last week up in the higher elevations. Means a major detour for our next timber run." He gestured to the map. "Adds hours to the drive." He paused, then looked at me. "Look, I know you've had a couple of rough drives, but I need you to go check it out. Get an assessment. See if it's just a section or if it's totally impassable. Take Gus with you, but I need you to drive." My stomach dropped, but that's the long way around, right? The one the shortcut avoids. Mark nodded, his brow furrowed. "Yeah, and with the shortcut out of the question for the timber, this is our only option. We need to know what we're dealing with." He looked at me, a flicker of something in his eyes, empathy, concern. "You okay to do it?" This was it. I had to tell him. I couldn't keep this to myself anymore, not after what Agnes had said. "Mark," I started, my voice hoarse, "I need to talk to you about the bridge." He straightened up, his eyes narrowing slightly. "What about the bridge?" His tone was guarded. I stopped on it both times, and my shadow, it disappeared, the truck S2, and I heard things tapping, scraping. And I just went to Cedar Gulch, and Agnes at the general store, she said it's a thin place, a veil. She said it takes shadows, and it marks you, and that you shouldn't let it follow you home. I was rambling, the words tumbling out in a desperate flood. Mark's face, which had been tight with stress over the fire road, went utterly still. All color drained from it. He looked like he'd been struck. His eyes, usually so steady, were wide with an expression I'd never seen before, pure, unadulterated fear. "You stopped on it," he repeated, his voice barely a whisper, not sounding like himself at all. "Both times, you actually stopped." I didn't mean to the first time, Mark. I was just shocked. And then I had to go back to confirm. I thought I was losing my mind. I had to see it again. And Agnes said you knew, that you'd understand. He didn't seem to be listening to my explanations. He ran a hand through his hair, agitated, his eyes darting around the clearing as if searching for something unseen. "Damn it, I told you not to stop. I told you." His voice was low, laced with a raw urgency that made my blood run cold. "But what is it, Mark? What's going on?" I pleaded. He grabbed my arm, his grip surprisingly strong, his eyes locking onto mine with an intensity that took my breath away. "It's not just a bridge, kid. It's a door or a window, something old, something that shouldn't be open." He lowered his voice, speaking quickly, urgently. "There are things that live in the deep places beyond our understanding, things that linger where the veil is thin, and that bridge, it's a weak point. Things like spirits, like Agnes said." He nodded, a grim set to his jaw. Spirits, echoes, entities, whatever you want to call them. They feed on attention, on fear, on what's missing. You stopped, you gave it your attention. You gave it a chance to see you, to mark you. His words confirmed my worst fears, and then some. What does that mean, mark me? It means it knows you, it recognized you, it imprinted on you. He released my arm, starting to pace, agitated. My first summer up here, maybe 10 years ago, an old-timer, a prospector named Jed, he used that shortcut. He was a stubborn old fool, and he'd heard the stories, but he scoffed at them. Said he wasn't afraid of old wives' tales. He stopped on it just to prove a point, he said. When he finally got to town, he looked pale as a ghost. Said he'd lost his shadow. My heart hammered, just like me. Yeah, just like you, but Jed, he wasn't the same after that. He became distant, withdrawn. He'd stare off into nothing, muttering to himself. He said he felt watched. He started hearing things, seeing things out of the corner of his eye. Mark stopped pacing, turning to me, his face etched with deep worry. And then one morning, he was just gone. His cabin was empty, his gear still there, just vanished without a trace. Everyone assumed he just wandered off into the wilderness and got lost, or fell down a ravine. But I think it took him. The bridge took him. A shiver of profound dread ran through me. Jed, the missing shadows, Agnes's warnings, it was all real. But I have my shadow now, Mark. I saw it after I got off the bridge. Mark's expression was grim. Agnes was right then. It's not your own anymore. It's borrowed, a tether. Now it has a way to find you, to pull you back. Pull me back, my voice was barely a whisper. Yeah, the more it knows you, the stronger the pull. It wants you. It wants to finish what it started. He ran a hand over his face. We have to be careful. We have to figure out what to do. He then looked at me, a sudden, desperate resolve in his eyes. First, we're not going near that bridge again. Not for anything. You are to avoid that road entirely, understand? I nodded numbly. Understood. Good. Now about this fire road. We still need to check it out. You're not driving. Gus is driving. You're just going for moral support and to help with the assessment. Keep your eyes open, but don't do anything stupid. He paused, then added, almost as an afterthought, and no more trips to Cedar Gulch for you, not for a while. He was trying to protect me. I could see the fear, the genuine concern in his eyes. My older brother, the rational, practical logger, was suddenly confronting something utterly inexplicable, and he was terrified for me. What do we do, Mark? I asked, the fear in my voice raw and unmasked. What do we do if it's following me? He looked out into the deepening twilight, a vast, ancient wilderness stretching out around us. I don't know, he admitted, his voice quiet. I honestly don't know, but we'll figure it out. We'll talk to some of the old-timers here, some of the guys who have been in these woods their whole lives. There might be some old ways, some defenses. For now, just stay close to camp and keep your wits about you. Don't let your fear get the better of you, or it'll have an easier time finding a way in. His words, while terrifying, also offered a sliver of comfort. I wasn't alone. Mark believed me and he was going to help, but the thought of something unseen, something ancient and malevolent, now tethered to me, actively seeking me out, was a chilling prospect that settled deep in my soul. I was marked, and the wilderness, which had once felt like an adventure, now felt like a vast, dark trap. That night sleep continued to evade me. Every shadow cast by the weak camp lights seemed to writhe. Every distant hoot of an owl sounded like a mocking whisper. I kept a small flashlight clutched in my hand, its beam a meager shield against the encroaching darkness. I felt a cold knot in my gut, a persistent awareness of something else around me, just beyond the edge of perception. I stared at my own shadow on the trailer wall, thrown by the flashlight. It was there. But was it really mine? Or was it, as Agnes had said, merely borrowed? A haunting, temporary reflection, granted by something ancient and hungry on the Devil's Creek Bridge. The next morning was a blur of exhaustion and dread. The sun, usually a comforting presence in the wilderness, felt like a spotlight on my vulnerability. I watched my shadow carefully as I moved around the trailer, a constant, nagging doubt picking at the edges of my sanity. Was it truly mine? Or was it, as Agnes had implied, a temporary borrowed thing, a phantom tether to something that waited in the abyss? Mark found me by the mess trailer, nursing a cup of lukewarm instant coffee. His eyes, though tired, held a fierce resolve. "Gus is getting the truck ready," he said, his voice low. "He's a good man, seen a lot in these woods, doesn't scare easy. He'll be driving. Just focus on the road conditions, all right. That's all you need to worry about out there today." I nodded, the coffee tasting like ash. "Got it." He placed a hand on my shoulder, a rare gesture for Mark. "Look, I know this is a lot, more than anyone should have to deal with, but we're going to get through this. We're going to find a way to deal with it." He squeezed my shoulder. "Just keep it together out there. Don't let your mind play tricks on you. That's what it wants." His words were meant to be reassuring, but they only underscored the terrifying reality. It wasn't my mind playing tricks. It was something real, something ancient, and it was after me. Gus was already by the Ford F-350, a larger, more robust truck than my Ranger, used for hauling heavier equipment. He was checking the tires, his burly frame moving with surprising agility. He was a man of few words, his face a roadmap of sun-baked wrinkles and calloused skin. He looked up as we approached, grunting a greeting. "Morning, Gus," Mark said, forcing a cheerful note into his voice. "Taking my brother out to scout that washout. Just a heads up, he's a bit green to these back roads, so you might need to point out the turns." Gus nodded, his eyes, dark and intelligent, briefly flicking to me. I knew he could read a person, could sense unease. I tried to compose my face, to appear merely tired, not haunted. "Ready when you are, boss," Gus said. Mark clapped him on the shoulder. "Good man, be careful out there. Radio in if you find anything serious." As I climbed into the passenger seat, the smell of old coffee and sawdust a familiar comfort, I felt a wave of nausea. This was the first time I was leaving camp since my encounter, since Mark had confirmed my darkest fears. Every tree seemed to watch me, every rustle of leaves a potential whisper. Gus started the engine, a deep rumble that vibrated through the floorboards. He drove with quiet confidence, navigating the familiar dirt roads with practiced ease. The main logging road was rough but well-trafficked, and for a while the mundane reality of the drive helped to push back the encroaching dread. I focused on the task, looking at the roadside, trying to envision what a washed-out road might look like. But the fear was a persistent passenger. I kept checking the mirrors, half expecting to see a strange flicker in the periphery, a distorted reflection, or a shadow that moved when it shouldn't. The sun was high, bathing the forest in a warm, golden light, yet I felt an internal chill. We drove for nearly an hour, deeper into the forest, taking turnoffs I'd never seen before. These roads were less maintained, narrower, the branches scraping against the sides of the truck with a dry hiss. Gus pointed out landmarks, old felling areas, a stream where he sometimes saw elk. His calm, matter-of-fact tone was a balm, a temporary anchor in my rising sea of anxiety. Then we rounded a bend, and the trees ahead opened up into a wider clearing. The road here was more exposed, less shaded. The sun streamed down, bright and unrelenting. As we drove into the full light, my gaze instinctively dropped to my own shadow, cast long and sharp on the dusty ground to my right. It was there, distinct, normal. A small sigh of relief escaped me. But then, just as I was about to look away, a movement caught my eye. Not my shadow, but the truck S. It seemed to shift. A quick, almost imperceptible undulation, like heat haze, but sharper, darker. It was gone as quickly as it appeared, leaving only the solid, unmoving silhouette of the truck. I blinked, shaking my head. Don't let your mind play tricks on you. Mark's words. It had to be. A trick of the light, dust on the windshield, my own frayed nerves. Everything all right, kid. Gus's voice was gruff but not unkind. He'd noticed my sudden tension. Yeah, fine, Gus, I managed, my voice a little too strained. Just thinking about this washout. Hope it's not too bad. He grunted, unconvinced, but didn't press. He kept driving, his eyes scanning the road ahead. A few minutes later, we pulled into a small, overgrown turnout. Should be just up here, Gus said, gesturing to a barely visible track disappearing into the thicker woods. This is the old approach to the Fire Road. It's a narrow one. We'll have to walk from here. We got out, Gus grabbing a machete from behind the seat and a map from the glove box. I followed him, trying to keep my focus on the task. The air here was still and heavy, the scent of damp earth and pine needles thick. The canopy was dense, making the forest floor dim and cool, even in the middle of the day. As we walked, my ears strained, picking up every sound. The rustle of our boots on dried leaves, the distant call of a bird, the buzzing of insects. But beneath it all, I felt it again. That cold knot, that persistent awareness, like being watched. I kept glancing over my shoulder, into the shadows of the trees, half expecting to see something lurking there. A flicker of movement, a darker patch in the gloom, but there was nothing, just the endless, silent forest. Gus was making good progress, hacking at the thick undergrowth with his machete, clearing a path. He seemed completely oblivious, engrossed in his task. It made me wonder, not for the first time, how much the other loggers knew, or if they simply dismissed the tales or were just less susceptible than I was. We walked for what felt like an hour, the path growing steeper, the ground more uneven. We finally emerged into a more open area, a wider track that was indeed the old Fire Road, but it was no longer a road. Before us was a scene of utter devastation. The road had been carved out of the side of a steep hill, but a section of it, perhaps 50 yards long, had simply vanished. It was a gaping wound in the earth, a jagged ravine where the ground had given way, tumbling hundreds of feet down into the valley below. Trees, rocks, and sections of the road itself lay jumbled at the bottom, a testament to the sheer power of the landslide. Well, I'll be damned, Gus muttered, his usual stoicism replaced by a note of genuine surprise. They weren't kidding. That's a total write-off. No fixing that anytime soon. I stared at the chasm, feeling a chilling sense of emptiness. It wasn't just the road that was gone. It felt like a chunk of the world itself had been torn away. The air here was different, colder, carrying the damp scent of disturbed earth. Gus moved cautiously to the edge, peering down. We'll need to radio this in. Mark S. not going to be happy. He pulled out a small, rugged radio from his pack. As Gus fiddled with the antenna, trying to get a signal, I felt the cold deepen. It was more than just the temperature of the air. It was an internal chill, seeping into my bones. I glanced around, my gaze drawn to the darker patches in the forest that bordered the chasm. The trees here seemed older, their branches gnarled, their shadows clinging to the earth like grasping fingers. And then I heard it, faint, subtle, a sound that seemed to rise from the very depths of the ravine below. a low, mournful hum, almost like a faint vibration in the air. It was the same sound I'd heard on the Devil's Creek Bridge, the bridge's song. My breath caught in my throat, my heart hammered against my ribs. It couldn't be. This was miles from the bridge. This was the long way around. I turned to Gus, but he was still absorbed in his radio, muttering about a weak signal. He hadn't heard it. He couldn't have. The hum intensified, a little louder, a little closer. It wasn't coming from the ravine anymore. It felt like it was coming from the air around us, and with it, a new sensation, a pressure, like the air itself was thickening, pressing in. I glanced at my shadow again. It was still there, dark and distinct against the disturbed earth, but for a fleeting moment, I could have sworn it wavered, a shimmering outline at its edges, like a heat haze distorting its form. Then the cold intensified, chilling me to the bone, and a whisper, not a human voice, not even a distinct word, but a sound like dry leaves skittering across pavement or sand sifting through the wind. It was right next to my ear. My blood ran cold. I whirled around, machete still clutched in Gus's hand. There was nothing there, just the ancient trees, their branches swaying almost imperceptibly in a breeze I couldn't feel. Gus finally got a crackle from his radio. "Mark, Gus here. Yeah, it's a full washout. Complete loss. Timber's going to have to go the long way, boss. No shortcut through here." As he spoke, another sound reached my ears, clear and chillingly familiar. Tap, tap, tap. It was coming from below us, from the torn earth of the ravine. I stared down into the chasm, my eyes wide with terror. It was too deep, too far. Nothing living could be tapping down there. Tap, tap, tap. It was rhythmic now, insistent, and it was getting closer, rising. I stumbled back, tripping over a loose root, falling hard onto my backside. "Gus," I choked out, pointing a trembling finger at the ravine. "Do you hear that? The tapping." Gus, still talking into the radio, finally turned, a confused frown on his face. "Hear what, kid? You all right? What's got into you?" He didn't hear it. He still didn't hear it. "The tapping, it's coming from down there." My voice was a desperate whisper. He looked down, then back at me, his frown deepening. "Don't hear nothing but the wind, kid. You hit your head." But the tapping was undeniable to me. And now, a new sound, a scraping, like something dragging itself up the rough face of the disturbed earth. It was getting closer, and the air was growing colder, denser, the light dimming as if a cloud had passed over the sun, though the sky above was clear. A profound, ancient fear seized me. It had followed me. It wasn't just the bridge, it was it. It was coming for me. "We need to go, Gus." I scrambled to my feet, my legs wobbly. "We need to get out of here now." Gus, seeing the genuine terror in my eyes, finally reacted. His face, usually so impassive, registered a flicker of concern. He didn't hear the sounds, but he saw my absolute panic. He ended his radio call quickly. All right, calm down, kid. What's going on?" But there was no time to explain. The tapping was almost at the lip of the ravine, and the scraping sound was unmistakable. Something was climbing out of the chasm, something unseen, unheard by Gus, but horribly real to me. "It's here, Gus." It followed me. I grabbed his arm, pulling him. "We have to run." He hesitated for only a second, his common sense battling with the raw, undeniable terror radiating from me. But the look on my face must have been enough. He holstered the machete. All right, let's go. But tell me what in blazes you're talking about." We turned and practically ran back the way we came, scrambling down the narrow, overgrown path. I could still hear it, the tapping and scraping, now seemingly closer, faster, as if whatever it was had gained momentum. It felt like it was right on our heels, an invisible predator pursuing us through the dense woods. I didn't dare look back. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but the primal need to escape was stronger than any physical pain. Gus, despite his age, was surprisingly fast, his heavy boots pounding the earth just ahead of me. We burst out of the trees, gasping for breath, and scrambled into the F-350. Gus fumbled with the keys, his hands for once not quite steady. The engine roared to life, and he slammed it into reverse, tires spinning in the dirt, before he threw it into drive and floored it. As we sped away, leaving the washed-out fire road behind, I risked a glance in the rearview mirror. Nothing, just the blurring trees. But the cold, the whispers, the tapping, they lingered, an afterimage of terror in my mind. "Now you tell me, kid," Gus said, his voice gruff, but with an underlying edge of genuine curiosity, even concern. "What in the hell was that about? You looked like you'd seen the devil himself." I took a deep, shuddering breath, trying to regain some semblance of composure. I think I did, Gus, or something like it. And then, in a rush of words, the fear still raw in my throat, I told him everything. About the bridge, the vanishing shadows, the tapping, Agnes's warnings, and Mark's confirmation. I left nothing out. Gus listened in silence, his expression unreadable, his eyes fixed on the road. When I finished, the only sound in the truck was the hum of the engine. Finally, he cleared his throat. "Devil's Creek Bridge, you say, the one old man Jed used to talk about." My heart leaped. "You know about Jed's." "Course I do. Everyone around here knows about Jed. He swore that bridge took something from him. Said he saw things after, felt like he was being watched. He got strange. Then he vanished. Most folks put it down to him being old and a bit touched in the head, but I always thought there was more to it. He was a good prospector, Jed was, knew these woods better than anyone. Didn't make sense he'd just wander off." Gus paused, then added, his voice lower. "Never heard about the shadows, though, or the tapping, but you hear enough stories in these parts, you start to believe some things aren't just wind and old timber." His words, instead of reassuring me, only deepened my dread. If even a man as grounded as Gus was willing to consider it, then it was more real, more pervasive than I could have imagined. "You think it was on the bridge, then?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper, "following me out here?" Gus grunted. "Sounds like it. If that bridge is a thin place and you got yourself marked, well, the wilderness is full of thin places. It could follow you anywhere if it's got a tether." He glanced at me, his eyes now filled with a strange, grave understanding. "You got trouble, kid, real trouble." The drive back to camp was filled with an oppressive silence, broken only by Gus's occasional grunts and the incessant hum of the engine. The sun seemed to dim, the trees to press in closer. I saw no shadows shift, heard no more tapping, but the feeling of being watched, of something lurking just beyond my sight, was constant. When we finally pulled into the clearing, the familiar sounds and sights of the logging camp offered a fragile sense of normalcy. Mark was waiting for us, his face etched with worry. "What happened?" he asked, seeing the pale, strained looks on our faces. Gus got out, shaking his head. "The washout's complete, boss. No getting through there. And your brother here, he's got a bit of a problem." He recounted my story, adding his own observations about my panic, about the cold, and about Jed. He spoke with a quiet certainty that left no room for doubt. Mark listened, his expression growing grimmer with each word. He looked at me, his eyes filled with a mixture of terror and fierce protectiveness. "It followed you, all the way out there." It wasn't a question. I nodded, unable to speak. That evening, the camp felt different. The usual rough camaraderie of the loggers was subdued. Gus had clearly spread some of the story, or at least his observations about my state, because the other men glanced at me with curious, sometimes wary, expressions. They didn't know the full truth, but they sensed the dark cloud that hung over me. Mark gathered a few of the oldest loggers in the mess trailer after supper. Gus, of course, and a grizzled old-timer named Frank, whose family had been logging these hills for 3 generations. There was also Silas, a quiet man who spent most of his time working the saw, but whose eyes held a depth of knowledge. "All right, fellas," Mark began, his voice low. "We've got a problem, a serious one. My brother here, he's had a run-in with the Devil's Creek Bridge, and now it seems whatever's out there, it's got its hooks in him." He recounted my story again, adding details, emphasizing the shadow, the tapping, and my experience out on the fire road. The men listened, their faces grim, occasionally nodding. They weren't surprised, they already knew, or suspected. Frank cleared his throat, a raspy sound. The bridge, always been a bad place. My granddaddy told me stories. Said it was built on an old Indian burial ground, a sacred place that was disturbed. The spirits didn't take kindly to it. Said they'd pull you down into the earth if you lingered too long. Silas, who rarely spoke, finally offered, his voice a low rumble. Not just Indian ground. There was a mining camp there before that, early 1800s. Bad luck from the start. Miners disappearing, strange illnesses. They eventually abandoned it. Said the ground was too hungry. Hungry, the word chilled me to the bone. Agnes in town, she said if your shadow leaves you, it's a borrowed one, I interjected, my voice trembling, and that it marks you, makes it so it can follow you. Gus nodded, heard that part myself, and I saw the kids face out on that fire road. Something was out there. He wasn't making it up. Mark looked at them, desperation in his eyes. So what do we do? Agnes said to not let it follow me home, but it already has, and it followed me out to the fire road. How do we get rid of it? How do we break this tether? The men exchanged uneasy glances. Frank scratched his grizzled beard. Breaking a tether, that's tricky. If it's truly marked him, it's like a scent in the wind for whatever's on the other side. You can't just outrun it. My people, Silas began, his voice almost a whisper. They had ways, old ways, for places like the bridge. They'd make offerings to appease the hungry spirits, or wards, to keep them out. Offerings, Mark asked, looking skeptical but open. What kind of offerings? Depends on what the spirits want, Silas replied, his eyes distant. Sometimes it's a physical thing, tobacco, cornmeal, a piece of something precious. Other times it's a promise or an acknowledgement. And wards, I asked, clinging to any shred of hope. Symbols, herbs, things that hold power in the old ways, but they only work if you believe in them, and if the spirit is not too strong. Silas looked at me, a profound sadness in his eyes. This spirit, it sounds strong. It has been there a long time. It has taken many. Frank chimed in. There's an old tale from 100 years back about a logger named Thomas. He crossed the bridge and his shadow left him too. He came back changed, just like Jed. But Thomas, he had a strong will. He fought it. He carved symbols into his cabin, slept with iron under his bed. He carried charms. He told folks he could hear it, scratching at his walls at night, trying to get in. He lived a long, lonely life, always on guard, but he never left these woods. He said if he left, it would follow him even further, so he stayed, guarding himself. So he never broke the tether, I asked, my heart sinking. He just lived with it. Frank said, a grim note in his voice. Until one winter, a blizzard hit, couldn't get out, found him frozen in his cabin come spring. But his body, they said it looked like he'd been fighting. Scratch marks on the inside of the door and his face frozen in a scream. A shiver went through me, more profound than any I'd felt before. Trapped, marked, haunted. "So what are our options?" Mark asked, his voice tight with frustration. "Just live with it, hoping it doesn't drag him off like Jed or freeze him like Thomas. There has to be something more." Silas rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The old ways, they often spoke of balance. If something is taken, something must be given back. If the bridge took his shadow, maybe something of his must be left in its place. Not just an offering, but a symbolic exchange, to sever the hold. "Go back to the bridge?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The thought filled me with utter terror. "Could be the only way," Silas said, his gaze steady. "To face it where it first touched him, to make a stand." Mark ran a hand through his hair, agitated. "But if it's so dangerous, if it's hungry, what if it just takes him entirely?" "That's the risk," Gus said, his voice quiet. "These things, they want a foothold. They want to be seen, to be acknowledged. If you go back with respect, with purpose, with something to offer, it might just let go." "Or it might just be a stronger lure," Frank countered, his voice full of doubt. "That bridge is a hungry place. Silas is right. Best thing might be to just stay away. Try to wall himself off from it. Iron, salt, old charms, that's what folks used." The discussion went on for hours, a grim council under the flickering fluorescent lights of the mess trailer. No easy answers, only ancient fears and desperate half-measures. It seemed I was caught between two terrifying choices: live a life haunted, slowly being worn down by an unseen presence, or return to the source of my torment, risking total obliteration. By the time the meeting broke up, well past midnight, I was more exhausted than ever, my mind reeling with conflicting advice and chilling tales. Mark walked me back to my trailer, his arm slung around my shoulder, a silent gesture of solidarity. "We'll figure it out," he promised, his voice low, as we stood by my trailer door. "We'll come up with a plan, but for tonight, just try to get some sleep. We'll talk more in the morning." I nodded, though sleep felt like an impossible dream. As I stepped inside, the trailer felt colder, smaller, more vulnerable than ever. I stared at my own reflection in the tiny, grimy mirror above the sink. My eyes were wide, bloodshot, shadowed by fear. Was it just my imagination, or did my reflection seem a little flatter, a little less vibrant, as if a part of me had indeed been left behind? I spent the night huddled under my blankets, the small flashlight clutched in my hand, its beam sweeping across the walls at every creak and groan of the trailer. I could hear the distant howl of coyotes, the hoot of an owl, and the rustle of leaves outside, but they all seemed to carry a new, sinister undertone. I imagined the tapping, the scraping, just outside my flimsy walls, testing, waiting. The feeling of being watched was overwhelming. It wasn't just a general paranoia, it was specific, focused. It felt like eyes unseen were boring into me from the darkness just beyond the trailer door, from the shadows between the trees, from the very air around me. As the night wore on, a new, more unsettling phenomenon began. I started to notice things moving in my peripheral vision. A flicker of movement at the edge of the window, a fleeting shadow darting across the wall that wasn't mine. When I turned to look directly, there was nothing, just the mundane reality of the trailer's interior. But the sensation persisted, growing more frequent, more insistent. Then, just before dawn, I heard it, a faint, scratching sound, not from outside, but from inside the trailer. It was soft, almost delicate, coming from the far wall near the small bunk that was currently empty. My breath hitched, I froze, my heart pounding in my ears. I listened intently, straining to hear over the frantic beat of my own blood. Scratch, scratch, scratch. It was unmistakable, like tiny claws or sharp fingernails dragging across the inner surface of the plywood. It was slow, deliberate, almost exploratory, and it was coming from inside my living space. Pure, unadulterated terror flooded me. I scrambled off my bunk, grabbing a heavy wrench from my toolkit. My hand was shaking so badly I almost dropped it. I crept towards the sound, flashlight beam trembling, illuminating the dusty, unadorned wall. The scratching stopped as I approached. Silence. Only my ragged breathing filled the small space. I stood there for a long moment, wrench raised, straining to hear. Nothing. Had I imagined it? Was it just the wind or the wood expanding and contracting? Then, as I lowered the wrench slightly, it started again. Scratch, scratch, scratch. This time it was slightly lower near the floor, and it felt closer, more intimate, like it was right there, just on the other side of the thin plywood, separated from me by mere inches. A cold, icy dread seized me. It wasn't just following me, it was inside, or trying to get in. Agnes's warning echoed in my mind, "Don't let it follow you home." I pressed my back against the opposite wall, the wrench still clutched in my hand, my eyes darting frantically around the trailer. My own shadow, thrown by the flashlight, danced erratically on the wall. It looked normal, but I knew better. The scratching continued, a relentless, maddening sound that chipped away at my sanity. It was no longer exploratory. It felt like something was trying to dig its way through, trying to get to me. I could almost feel a presence in the air, a cold, malevolent force pressing in. I couldn't take it anymore. I let out a guttural scream, a raw, primal sound of terror and frustration, and slammed the wrench repeatedly against the wall where I thought the scratching was coming from. The scratching stopped instantly. Silence. I stood there, panting, the wrench still raised, my knuckles white. My scream had startled not just the unseen entity, but also myself. A moment later, Mark's frantic voice came from outside. "Hey, you all right in there? What was that?" I lowered the wrench, my body trembling. "Mark, it's in here, I heard it, scratching." My voice was hoarse, ragged. The trailer door burst open, and Mark stood there, a powerful battery-powered lantern in his hand, his face pale with alarm. He quickly scanned the small space. Scratching, what scratching? On the wall, it was right there, trying to get in. I pointed a trembling finger. Mark quickly moved to the spot, shining his lantern over the wall. He ran his hand across the plywood, feeling for anything unusual. "I don't see anything. No marks, no holes." He looked at me, his eyes filled with a desperate concern. "Are you sure you heard it, or was it your mind playing tricks?" "I'm sure, Mark, it was real. It was scratching, trying to get through." I felt a wave of anger and frustration. He didn't hear it, just like Gus hadn't heard the tapping. They couldn't perceive what was now so terrifyingly real to me. He put a reassuring hand on my shoulder. All right, I believe you, but it's gone now, you scared it off." He glanced at the wall, then back at me, a worried frown on his face. "We need to figure this out. Now, this can't keep happening." The sun was just beginning to peek over the eastern peaks, casting a faint, pearly light through the trailer window. The night and its terrors were slowly retreating, but I knew it was only a temporary reprieve. The thing was here. It was following me, and it was getting bolder. Mark spent the morning trying to track down any information he could. He was on the satellite phone, speaking in hushed tones to contacts in Cedar Gulch, to retired forest rangers, to anyone who might know something about local folklore, about strange occurrences in the deep woods. He even dug out an old, dusty book from the office trailer, a collection of local histories and legends, flipping through its brittle pages with a desperate intensity. I stayed close to camp, unwilling to venture out alone. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking menace, every sound a potential threat. I watched my shadow with an obsessive focus, terrified of seeing it waver, or worse, vanish again. Mark finally found me by the mess tent, poring over the old book, his finger tracing lines of faded text. "I think I found something," he said, his voice quiet, almost reverent. "A passage here about old native beliefs. They called them the Hollow Ones, spirits that linger in places where great sorrow or unnatural death has occurred. They don't want to hurt you, not directly. They want to be complete. They want to cross over." "To cross over?" I asked, my voice dry. "Yeah, and they need a tether, something to pull them from their world to ours. If you stop on a thin place and it sees you, it can attach itself. Use your shadow as a tether. Draw you closer, bit by bit, until you become hollow too, and then it can take your place." My blood ran cold. Take my place. That was worse than just being dragged off. It was a complete obliteration of self. "The book mentions a ritual," Mark continued, his voice barely a whisper, his eyes wide. "An old native ritual for cutting the ties, to release the Hollow One, to send it back to its own realm." "What is it?" I asked, a sliver of desperate hope piercing through the dread. He looked up at me, his face grim. "It involves returning to the thin place, at a specific time, and performing a ritual of separation, giving a true sacrifice, a piece of yourself, to break the tether and seal the connection." "A sacrifice," I repeated. "Not just a physical offering. It says here, a true act of will, a severing of self, an affirmation of your own existence against the encroaching void. Something that demonstrates your will to remain in this world, and for the Hollow One to return to its own. It's dangerous, very dangerous. The Hollow One will fight you, try to pull you in completely, but it's the only way according to this." My mind raced, return to the bridge, confront the thing that had marked me, offer a part of myself, not just a physical object, but something deeper, more profound. It was terrifying, but it was also a plan, a chance. "When does it say to do it?" I asked, my voice trembling but firm. Mark turned a page, his finger stopping at a particular line. "It says, when the sun is at its highest and the veil is thinnest, and the moon is full, casting its light even in the day. Such days are rare and potent. And it says the moon is full tonight, which means tomorrow at noon." Tomorrow at noon. The thought filled me with a sickening mixture of dread and a fierce, desperate resolve. I had to do it. I couldn't live like this, haunted, slowly being consumed. I had to fight. That afternoon, Mark took me aside. "I've spoken to Silas," he said, his voice low. "He knows some of the words, some of the symbols from his people's traditions. He's willing to help, to guide us. But he says the ritual is incredibly dangerous. It's not just words and symbols. It's a battle of wills. The Hollow One, it won't want to be sent back. It will fight to keep its tether. It will try to pull you in completely." Mark's face was pale, his eyes wide with a fear that mirrored my own. "He says we need to be ready, not just you, but us too, to protect you." I swallowed hard, my mouth dry. What does that mean, protect me? "It means we can't just stand there and watch. Silas says the ritual requires a clear space, but also a strong barrier against the encroaching darkness. He's going to prepare some wards, some protective symbols to place around the bridge approaches, and we'll be there, he, Gus, and I, to keep watch, to be a shield, to ground you to this world. Mark's voice gained a fierce edge. We're not letting it take you. The thought of returning to that bridge, to the place where my world had fractured, filled me with a cold dread that shook me to my core. But the idea of Mark, Gus, and Silas being there, a bulwark against the unseen, offered a fragile thread of hope. I wasn't alone in this impossible fight. "What about the sacrifice?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "What do I have to do?" Mark closed the book, running a hand over its worn cover. Silas says it's not about giving up something physical. It's about a mental and emotional severing, a profound act of letting go of the fear of the connection, to consciously reject its hold, to affirm your own identity, your own life, your own place in this world. It's about making it clear with every fiber of your being that you belong here and it belongs there. He looked at me, his gaze intense. It's about willpower and courage and belief. Courage, belief, those felt like insurmountable tasks in the face of the crawling terror that had been my constant companion. But I had to try. The alternative was a slow, terrifying descent into hollowness, a complete erasure of myself. That evening was a whirlwind of hushed preparations. Mark gathered the tools. Silas, with a quiet intensity, went into the woods, returning with bundles of herbs, twisted roots, and small, rough-hewn pieces of wood. He began to carve intricate symbols into the wood, his hands moving with practiced grace, his face unreadable. Gus sharpened his machete and cleaned his hunting rifle, a practical preparation for an unpractical enemy. Even Frank, though skeptical of the rituals, agreed to come along, his grim face betraying a deep-seated loyalty. We spent hours around a small fire, the men speaking in low tones, sharing what little they knew or what they remembered from old stories. Silas explained the specific herbs he was using, their ancient properties: cedar for cleansing, sage for protection, willow for adaptability. He spoke of the symbols he carved, explaining their meaning in his people's traditions: wards against malevolent spirits, anchors to the living world, expressions of sovereign self. "When you stand on that bridge," Silas said, his eyes fixed on the flickering flames, "you must empty your mind of fear. That is its food. You must feel only your own presence, your breath in your lungs, the blood in your veins, the earth beneath your feet. You are here. It is there. You must make the distinction absolute." He paused, then looked at me, his gaze piercing. "And you must speak the words, with your heart, not just your tongue." He handed me a small, intricately carved amulet of polished river stone, strung on a leather thong. "Wear this. It will help ground you. And here." He gave me a small pouch filled with dried herbs. "When you speak the words, scatter these. They are a physical representation of your will to send it back." I clutched the amulet and the pouch, their earthy scent a strange comfort. It felt both ancient and absurd, but I had no other choice. Sleep was impossible. The scratching returned, fainter this time, but still there, a chilling presence just beyond the thin walls of my trailer. I gripped Silas's amulet, repeating his words in my head, trying to envision a shield around myself, trying to feel my own presence, my own solidity in this world. The night slowly bled into dawn, leaving me exhausted, but with a fierce, cold resolve. The next morning, the air was still and heavy. The sky was a pale, clear blue, the sun already climbing high. And just as Mark had read, the moon, a faint, almost transparent disk, hung visible even in the day. It was indeed a potent day. We left camp in the F-350, Gus driving, Mark in the passenger seat, me in the back with Silas and Frank. No one spoke much. The tension in the truck was thick, a palpable hum of fear and anticipation. Gus took the long route, avoiding the main dirt road that led to the bridge's approach. We were coming from a different direction, a seldom used logging track that looped around, approaching the bridge from the east, directly into the full glare of the midday sun. Silas gave instructions to Gus, pointing out barely visible turns, navigating by landmarks only he seemed to know. As we drew closer, the trees began to thin, and the sunlight grew brighter, more direct. Finally, Gus slowed the truck. "This is it," he rumbled, his voice low. Before us, through a screen of pines, was the Devil's Creek Bridge. It looked exactly as it had before, ancient and weathered, spanning the deep gorge. But today, under the high sun and the watchful moon, it felt different. It hummed with a subtle, unnerving energy, a low vibration that seemed to ripple through the air. Mark turned to me, his face grim. "All right, we'll set up the wards. You stay here with Gus and Frank until we're ready. Silas will guide you through the words one last time." Silas produced a small bundle of materials, more herbs, a few small, smooth stones, and a piece of braided rope. He began to move around the truck, tracing unseen lines in the dust with his fingers, chanting softly in a language I didn't understand, placing the herbs and stones at specific points around the vehicle. Mark, carrying a small satchel, moved out towards the bridge approach, beginning to set up his own markers, following Silas's earlier instructions. Gus and Frank watched, their faces etched with a wary seriousness. "When you walk onto that bridge," Silas said to me, his voice a low, steady rumble, "walk with purpose. Do not hesitate. Do not look back until it is done. The fear is a weakness. It is a door. Close it." He then reviewed the words with me, a simple chant in his native tongue, emphasizing the intonation, the power in the syllables. It was a declaration of self, a severing of ties, a sending back. As Mark finished placing the last of the outer wards, he signaled to us. It was time. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the silence. My palms were sweating, my mouth dry. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. Silas looked at me, his eyes unwavering. "Remember who you are. Remember where you belong." I nodded, gripping the amulet and the pouch of herbs. I stepped out of the truck, my legs feeling heavy, almost unwilling to move. The sun beat down, harsh and unforgiving. My shadow, cast long and slender on the dusty ground, looked utterly normal, but I knew its secret. I walked towards the bridge, one slow, deliberate step after another. The hum grew louder, a mournful chord that vibrated in my teeth. The air grew colder, even under the midday sun. I could feel the invisible pressure, the weight of the entity's attention. It was here, it was waiting. As I reached the wooden planks, I saw Mark, Gus, and Frank positioned at the approaches, their faces grim, their eyes fixed on me. Silas stood a little further back, chanting softly, his hands moving in slow, rhythmic gestures. They were my anchors, my connection to the living world. I stepped onto the bridge. The wood felt cold beneath my boots, despite the sun. I looked down, my gaze drawn to the space beneath me. The shadow of the truck was clear, distinct. My own shadow stretched out behind me, long and unbroken. For a moment, I wondered if it was all in my head, a vivid nightmare. Then, just as I reached the center of the bridge, the hum intensified into a low, guttural thrum that resonated in my chest. The light, though the sun remained high, seemed to dim, as if a great, unseen cloud had passed over us. The air grew dense, suffocating. And my shadow, it began to waver. At first, a subtle ripple like heat haze. Then its edges blurred, softened, began to dissipate, dissolving into the pale wood of the bridge. The truck's shadow, too, began to fade, thinning, becoming insubstantial. The cold hit me then, a bone-deep chill that seeped into my very core, and with it the whisper. It was all around me, a chorus of dry, rustling sounds, like leaves scraping across glass, like 1,000 voices speaking just beyond the edge of hearing. It was inarticulate, yet it conveyed a single, terrifying message. Mine, you are mine. My heart pounded, a frantic drum against the encroaching terror. My instincts screamed at me to run, to flee, to escape this impossible void. But Silas's words echoed in my mind. Do not hesitate. Do not look back. I closed my eyes for a second, fighting the surge of panic. I focused on my breath, on the feeling of the amulet in my hand, on the faint, distant sounds of the men's presence. I am here. I am real. I belong here. I opened my eyes. My shadow was almost gone now, just a faint, shimmering outline where it should have been. The wood beneath me was a terrifying blankness. And then I heard the tapping. Tap, tap, tap. It was coming from directly beneath me, from the unseen depths of the gorge, from the very space where my shadow had vanished. It was faster now, more insistent, like hungry fingers scrabbling at a locked door, and a new sound joined it, a low, resonant groan, like ancient timbers shifting, like a sigh of immense hunger. The air throbbed with the unseen presence. I could almost feel it reaching for me, a cold, insubstantial tendril snaking up from the void, seeking a purchase. This was it. This was the moment. I took a shuddering breath, filling my lungs, feeling the surge of my own blood, the thrum of my own life force. I held the amulet tightly, and with my other hand, I opened the pouch of dried herbs. I raised my head, looking straight ahead at the distant trees on the other side of the bridge, at the solid, tangible world. And I spoke, my voice trembling at first, but then growing stronger, fueled by a desperate, defiant will. I am here, I declared, the words ringing out on the bridge, surprisingly loud in the dimming light. I am real. I am of this earth, of this world, of this life. The tapping intensified, growing frantic, and the mournful hum rose to a wail. The cold deepened, penetrating my clothes, my skin, my bones. It felt like the very air was trying to freeze me, to turn me into a ghost. But I pushed through it. I felt the anchors of the men's gazes, Silas's chant a distant, steady rhythm in my ears. You are there, I continued, pointing a trembling finger down at the blankness beneath me, at the encroaching void. You are of the deep, of the hollow, of what is gone. The bridge shuddered beneath my feet. The wood groaned, a deep, resonating sound that seemed to come from its very core. The light flickered, plunging the bridge into deeper gloom for a split second, then returning, harsh and flickering. My shadow, it is mine, I stated, my voice firm despite the terror. It is an extension of me, not a tether, not a gateway. I reclaim it. I sever this bond. I release you. You have no hold here, no claim on me, no place in my world. As I spoke the final words, I flung the dried herbs down, scattering them over the edge of the bridge, into the void where my shadow had been. They fluttered, a cascade of brown and green, falling slowly, as if suspended in the thick, heavy air. The moment they left my hand, a profound shift occurred. The cold intensified for a split second, becoming an unbearable, suffocating pressure, as if an invisible fist had clenched around my chest. The whispers rose to a furious crescendo, a horrifying cacophony of dry, rattling sounds, shrieks of frustration and rage. The tapping became a desperate, violent scrabbling, as if something was throwing itself against an invisible barrier. And then, just as suddenly, it began to retreat. The overwhelming cold lessened, replaced by a subtle warmth, a feeling of blood returning to my veins. The whispers began to recede, fading into a distant, mournful lament, falling back into the gorge. The tapping slowed, grew fainter, finally dying out altogether. The light returned, brilliant and sharp, banishing the gloom. The hum of the bridge softened, became just the mundane vibration of ancient wood. I stood there, panting, trembling, my legs weak. I looked down. My shadow was back, solid, distinct, clear against the pale wood, and the truck's shadow, too, was sharp and unwavering. It was over. I felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion, as if I had just run a marathon or wrestled with an unseen beast. My mind, which had been a whirlwind of terror, was now strangely clear, profoundly still. The cold knot in my gut was gone. The feeling of being watched vanished. I slowly turned, looking back at Mark, Gus, and Frank. They were staring at me, their faces pale, their eyes wide with a mixture of relief and awe. Silas, his chant now silent, walked slowly towards me, a faint smile on his lips. "You did well," he said, his voice soft, almost proud. "You found your strength." Mark rushed forward, grabbing me, pulling me into a fierce hug. "Are you all right? Are you really all right?" he choked out, his voice thick with emotion. I nodded, burying my face in his shoulder, feeling the solid warmth of his body. I'm fine, Mark. I think it's gone." We walked off the bridge, my legs still a little shaky, but my steps feeling lighter than they had in days. As I crossed the threshold back onto solid ground, a profound sense of peace washed over me. The terror was gone. The haunting was over. Gus clapped me on the back, a rare, genuine smile on his grizzled face. Well, I'll be damned. The kid actually did it. Frank just shook his head, looking at the bridge with new, wary respect. "Never thought I'd see the day. That's a powerful place, that bridge. You're a brave man, son." The drive back to camp was filled with an almost giddy sense of relief. The men talked, quietly at first, then with increasing animation, discussing what had happened, what they'd felt, what they'd seen. Gus admitted he felt the cold and heard a faint echo of the hum, even if he hadn't perceived the tapping. Frank had felt the shuddering of the bridge. They hadn't seen my shadow disappear, but they had seen the light dim and felt the sudden drop in temperature. They had witnessed something real. Back at camp, the atmosphere was festive. Word spread quickly amongst the other loggers, an incredulous mix of whispers and odd glances. I was no longer the green kid who looked like he'd seen a ghost. I was the one who had faced it and won. That night, for the first time in what felt like an eternity, I slept. Deeply, peacefully, without nightmares, without whispers, without the bone-deep cold. I kept Silas's amulet by my bedside, a tangible reminder of the battle I'd fought. When I woke, the sun was streaming through my window, warm and bright. I felt a sense of renewal, a lightness in my step. I got up, stretched, and looked out the window. My shadow stretched out on the ground, long and clear, unwavering. It was mine, truly mine. Life at the logging camp slowly returned to normal. The detour around the washed-out fire road became a logistical challenge, but one that Mark and Gus tackled with their usual pragmatism. I focused on my work, marking timber, checking boundaries. The wilderness, which had been a place of terror, now felt simply vast and beautiful again, its secrets deep but no longer threatening to me. I never went near Devil's Creek Bridge again. None of us did. It became a silent, unspoken pact, a place we acknowledged, respected, and avoided. But the experience had changed me. I carried a new understanding, a quiet awareness of the thinness of the veil, of the unseen world that coexists with ours. I was no longer just a city kid looking for an escape. I was someone who had walked to the edge of the void and stepped back. One evening, weeks later, as the sun dipped below the peaks, casting long, purple shadows across the camp, Silas found me by the mess tent, staring out at the darkening forest. "You carry it differently now," he observed, his voice soft. I looked at him, surprised. "Carry what?" "The knowledge," he replied, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "The understanding. You are no longer just living in this world. You know the other is there. That makes you stronger and wiser." I thought about the hum, the tapping, the blankness beneath the bridge. I thought about the whispers, the cold, the fierce battle of wills. And I realized he was right. I hadn't just survived. I had learned something profound. The fear was gone, but the respect remained. The world was bigger, stranger, more mysterious than I had ever imagined. But the memory, the indelible imprint of that experience, continued to linger. It was a part of me now, a quiet hum beneath the surface of my new, settled existence, a reminder of what lies just beyond the edges of perception, waiting for the veil to thin, and a constant awareness that some doors, once opened, can never be entirely closed. The hollow one had been sent back, but the knowledge of its existence and the fragility of our world remained. As the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, the camp slowly settled into the familiar rhythms of logging life. The incident at Devil's Creek Bridge became a legend, told in hushed tones around the evening fire, a cautionary tale for new recruits, especially those who ventured too far off the beaten path. I was the central figure in that legend, the kid who faced it down, but I rarely spoke of it. The truth was too profound, too personal, to be reduced to campfire theatrics. I continued my work, checking boundaries, mapping sections, learning the intricacies of the forest. The woods, once a source of deep anxiety, now held a different kind of respect for me. I saw the ancient trees not just as timber, but as silent witnesses to centuries of hidden life and untold stories. The rustling leaves no longer sounded like whispers, but like the quiet breath of a living, breathing world. My relationship with Mark deepened. The shared ordeal had forged an unbreakable bond between us. He still worried, a quiet flicker in his eyes whenever I ventured out alone, but he trusted me implicitly. He had seen my strength, my resolve, and knew I was no longer the naive younger brother he had brought up here. Silas became a quiet mentor, occasionally sharing snippets of wisdom, pointing out plants with healing properties, or teaching me to read the subtle signs of the forest. He never mentioned the Hollow One directly, but his lessons always seemed to circle back to balance, respect, and the interconnectedness of all things. I stayed in the logging camp, becoming a permanent fixture. The outside world, with its hurried pace and shallow concerns, held no appeal. The wilderness, in its raw honesty, felt like home. But a part of me always remained vigilant. I instinctively scanned my surroundings, my senses sharpened, attuned to the subtle shifts in the air, the faint echoes of sounds that no one else heard. I never saw my shadow waver again, never heard the tapping or scraping. Yet the memory of that blank space, of the absence of what should be, was etched into my mind. Then one crisp autumn morning, a new crew arrived. They were younger, eager, fresh out of logging school, their faces full of naive enthusiasm. One of them, a bright-eyed young man named Leo, reminded me a little of myself when I first arrived, full of questions, itching for adventure. "Hey, boss," Leo said one evening, approaching me by the campfire where I was sharpening my axe. I was looking at the old maps. There's a shortcut, a really old road, over what they call Devil's Creek Bridge. Cuts a good hour off the run to Parcel 12. His eyes gleamed with youthful confidence. Mark said it's too rough to use with the timber trucks, but for a boundary check in the Ranger, it ought to be fine, right? My heart gave a sudden, hard thump. The sound of those words, after all this time, was like a cold hand on my soul. I looked at Leo, his face earnest and unaware. I saw myself, a little over a year ago, standing on the precipice of a terrifying discovery. "No, Leo," I said, my voice low, firm, with an edge that surprised even myself. "Absolutely not. That road is off limits for anything. You take the long way around always." Leo blinked, taken aback by my intensity. "But why? It looks like a perfect shortcut. Mark just said it was rough." I hesitated. How much should I tell him? How much could he possibly understand? The stories were vague enough that most dismissed them as old wives' tales. If I told him the full truth, he'd think I was crazy. But I couldn't let him walk into that. I looked at the young man's eager face, then at the vast, darkening forest around us. The air was cool, the scent of pine and wood smoke thick. The distant howl of a coyote echoed through the trees. "Listen to me, Leo," I said, looking him directly in the eye, my gaze unwavering. "That bridge, it's a bad place. Old, unpredictable. Some places in these woods, they're not meant for us to tamper with. They hold things you don't want to meet, things that can take from you." He looked skeptical, a slight frown on his face. "Take what?" I paused, thinking of my vanished shadow, the tapping, the scratching, the cold dread. Thinking of Jed and Thomas, thinking of the Hollow One. "A piece of yourself," I finally said, my voice barely above a whisper. "A piece you might never get back. Just trust me on this. Stay away from that bridge. It's not a shortcut. It's a door to something you don't want to open." Leo seemed to sense the genuine gravity in my tone, the underlying current of something profoundly unsettling. His youthful eagerness faded, replaced by a flicker of unease. He shifted his weight, glancing nervously at the dark woods. "Right," he said, his voice subdued. "Understood. No Devil's Creek Bridge. I'll stick to the main roads." I watched him walk away, the image of his retreating form stark against the fading light. He was safe for now, but the encounter had stirred something in me, a renewed sense of responsibility, and a chilling reminder of the ever-present danger that lurked in the deep places. The world was full of thin places, Gus had said, and the wilderness was vast. The Hollow One had been sent back, but others like it, other ancient, hungry things surely existed. And people like Leo would always seek shortcuts, always push boundaries, always be drawn to the edges of what they understood. My fight was over, but the watch continued. I knew that now. It was a new chapter in my life, one forged in the shadow of the Devil's Creek Bridge. And as I picked up my axe, its cold steel a reassuring weight in my hand, I knew I was ready for whatever the deep woods might bring. The experience had taught me that courage wasn't about the absence of fear, but the will to act despite it. And it had shown me that some mysteries are best left undisturbed, their ancient slumber unbroken. But for those who stumble upon them, for those who, like me, find themselves caught between worlds, the only way forward is with an open mind, a watchful eye, and a fiercely guarded sense of self. The logging camp was my home, and the wilderness, with all its hidden depths, was my domain. I was no longer a victim, I was a guardian, and the memory of the Hollow One, a constant, silent reminder of the profound, terrifying beauty of a world far stranger than we know. Weeks turned into months and then into a full year. The seasons cycled through the wilderness, each bringing its own challenges and beauty. The camp hummed with the familiar sounds of work, life, and the occasional boisterous celebration. I had settled into my role, respected by the men, my quiet demeanor masking the profound shift that had occurred within me. My internal compass now pointed not just to geographic north, but to the unseen currents of the world. Then a letter arrived. It was from a small historical society in Cedar Gulch, addressed to me. It contained a faded, photocopied newspaper clipping, yellowed with age, and a handwritten note from Agnes. The clipping was from the Cedar Gulch Herald, dated over a century ago. Its headline read, "Tragedy strikes mining camp. Entire crew vanishes overnight." The article spoke of the mysterious disappearance of a small group of prospectors and miners near a remote creek, the same location Silas had mentioned before the bridge was built. It detailed an abandoned camp, tools left behind, and an eerie absence of tracks. The closing line of the article read, "Locals speculate on a hungry ground or ghosts of the old ones, but no rational explanation has been offered for the sudden and complete vanishing." Agnes's note was brief. "Thought you might find this interesting. Some things don't change, only get forgotten. Be well, dear boy, Agnes." I stared at the clipping, a cold dread snaking its way up my spine. The date on the article was just a few years before the first bridge was said to have washed out, before my grandpappy helped build the new one. The hungry ground, the ghosts of the old ones, the hollow ones. This was the origin. This was where it had begun, long before the bridge provided a convenient, terrible gateway. The bridge was not the cause, but merely a focal point, a wound in the earth where ancient sorrow and unnatural death had seeped into the very fabric of reality. The entity I had encountered was not just an isolated malevolence. It was a lingering echo of a century-old tragedy, a collective hunger born from mass disappearance. The realization settled deep within me, heavy and unsettling. The ritual had sent that specific hollow one back, severing its tether to me. But the place, the bridge, the land itself, it was still a thin place, still a wound, still potentially a doorway for others, or perhaps for it again if another tether could be found. My sense of peace, though not shattered, now held a new, deeper layer of caution. The battle wasn't just a personal one. It was a skirmish in an ongoing, unseen war. The Hollow Ones were not unique to the bridge. They were a part of the deep places, the forgotten places, the places where tragedy had left a permanent scar. I folded the clipping carefully and put it in my wallet. It was a stark reminder that my experience was not an anomaly, but a recurrence. A continuation of a story that stretched back through generations, a silent undercurrent beneath the mundane surface of the world. And it meant that I was now a part of that story, not just an observer. I decided then that I would dedicate myself to learning more. I would delve deeper into Silas's knowledge, into the local folklore, into the true history of these woods. Not out of fear, but out of a need for understanding, for preparedness. I would become a quiet guardian, a sentinel against the unseen. My borrowed shadow had been returned, but in its place I had gained a new purpose. One morning, Mark came to me with a new assignment. "I need you to scout a new logging road we're planning," he said, spreading a large map across the hood of his truck. "It's a long stretch, deep into the old growth, near the Widow's Peak area, but on the far western slope. We need to check for geological stability, potential water crossings, any old homesteads or protected habitats." My gaze automatically tracked the proposed route on the map. It wound its way through dense forest, following the contours of the land, eventually leading to a prominent feature marked simply as the crag. It was a jagged, isolated outcropping of rock, largely unexplored. As my finger traced the path, I felt a familiar, subtle tingle, a faint stirring of something just beyond the edge of perception. Not fear, not dread, but an almost imperceptible shift in the air, a whisper of potential. "All right, Mark," I said, a new resolve in my voice. "I'll get the ranger ready. I'll leave first thing in the morning." He nodded, looking pleased. "Good man, take your time out there, be thorough." I knew I would be, more thorough than he could possibly imagine. The wilderness was calling, and I was ready to listen, truly listen, to all its stories, both seen and unseen. The crag. I had a feeling it would have its own tales to tell, and I, the boy who once lost his shadow, would be there to hear them. The ranger purred to life the next morning, a comforting rumble that vibrated through the floorboards. I'd packed meticulously, extra fuel, rations for a week, all my boundary-checking gear, and almost subconsciously a small satchel containing Silas's amulet and the dried herbs he'd given me. My machete, always a good companion in the thick woods, felt especially solid, a practical extension of my newfound resolve. Mark watched me load up, a knowing look in his eyes. He didn't ask about the satchel or the slight tension in my shoulders. We both understood this wasn't just a scouting trip. The journey was long, taking me deeper into the wilderness than I'd ever been. The logging tracks gradually faded into barely visible paths, overgrown with brush and crisscrossed by fallen timber. The trees here were older, their trunks wider, their canopy denser, creating a perpetual twilight even in the middle of the day. The air grew cooler, heavier, carrying the scent of damp earth and ancient pine. As I drove, my senses were on high alert. I wasn't looking for shadows that vanished, not anymore. I was listening for the quiet hum beneath the surface, the subtle shifts in the forest's demeanor. The world, I now knew, was a living tapestry, and some threads vibrated with a different, older energy. The proposed road path on the map led me along a winding creek, its water a dark, peat-stained brown. The creek itself seemed to have a presence, a slow, deliberate current that felt almost watchful. The deeper I went, the more the feeling intensified. It wasn't the immediate, chilling dread of the Devil's Creek Bridge, but a slow, creeping sense of anticipation, like approaching a powerful, sleeping beast. Late in the afternoon, after navigating a particularly challenging section of fallen trees, I finally broke through a dense thicket and saw it. The crag. It rose abruptly from the surrounding forest, a sheer face of dark, weathered rock scarred by time and erosion. It wasn't a single peak, but a complex series of jagged spires and overhangs, like a broken crown on the head of the wilderness. A low cloud seemed to cling to its uppermost reaches, even on this clear day. I parked the ranger at the edge of a small, natural clearing, surrounded by towering Douglas firs. The silence here was profound, broken only by the distant murmur of the creek and the occasional rustle of unseen critters. The air was noticeably colder, the light strangely muted, even with the sun still high above the western ridges. It was a place that felt ancient, untouched, and undeniably powerful. I spent the rest of the day establishing a rudimentary camp. I pitched my small tent, built a fire, and ate a simple meal of jerky and hardtack. As dusk settled, painting the sky in shades of bruised purple and orange, the crag loomed above me, a silent, imposing guardian. I kept my fire stoked high, its flames a flickering defiance against the encroaching darkness. I didn't feel the specific, focused malevolence of the Hollow One, but there was an undeniable presence. A vast, ancient energy that seemed to emanate from the rock itself, from the very ground. Before turning in, I walked a slow perimeter around my camp, carrying my machete and shining my powerful flashlight into the dense undergrowth. I wasn't looking for any specific threat, just feeling the space, listening. My eyes scanned the shadows, seeking patterns, anomalies. My mind, now accustomed to the subtle language of the unseen, was searching for meaning. I noticed a few things. The trees immediately surrounding the clearing, particularly those closest to the crag, seemed to be of a different character. Their bark was thicker, gnarled, and their branches twisted into strange, almost supplicating shapes. There was also a peculiar absence of smaller wildlife, no chirping birds, no rustling squirrels, none of the usual background hum of the forest. It was too quiet. And then, as my flashlight beam swept across the base of the crag, I saw it. A faint discoloration on the rock face, barely perceptible in the dim light. It was a dark, reddish stain, streaks running down from a fissure high above. It looked old, very old, and alarmingly like dried blood. A shiver ran down my spine, but I forced myself to examine it more closely. It could be iron ore or a specific type of lichen, I rationalized. But the shape, the way it clung to the rock, the sheer quantity of it, argued against simple geology. This looked like a place that had witnessed sacrifice, or something far worse. I returned to my fire, a new unease settling in my gut. Sleep was a long time coming. The silence of the night was not empty. It was pregnant with unspoken stories, with the weight of ages. I drifted into a fitful slumber, haunted by vague images of shifting rock, ancient eyes, and the whisper of unknown tongues. The next morning, I began my official scouting. My primary task was to survey the proposed road route, which would wind along the base of the crag before ascending a gradual slope towards a plateau. I started by walking the perimeter of the clearing, checking for geological stability. The ground here was unusual. Patches of rich, dark earth, surprisingly fertile, interspersed with areas of exposed bedrock. As I moved closer to the crag, the ground became harder, the vegetation sparser. The air, though no longer cold, still held that peculiar muted quality, as if sound itself was being absorbed. I pulled out my map and compass, orienting myself. The proposed road would cut through a narrow pass between the main bulk of the crag and a smaller, detached pinnacle of rock. It seemed the most logical route, but my gut churned with a persistent unease. As I approached the pass, the reddish stains on the crag became more apparent, more numerous. They weren't just streaks. In places, they formed broader, darker patches, almost like dried frescoes painted by some long-dead hand. I touched one tentatively. It was rough, dry, and surprisingly odorless, but the impression of blood, ancient and potent, lingered. The pass itself was a tight squeeze, the rock walls rising steeply on either side. Sunlight struggled to penetrate, leaving the floor in a perpetual gloom. As I entered, I noticed something new: carvings. They were faint, almost entirely eroded by wind and rain, but unmistakable. Crude, geometric shapes etched into the dark rock, not like Silas's protective symbols, which were intricate and flowing. These were angular, stark, almost violent. Triangles, squares, spirals, all interconnected in a bewildering, unsettling pattern. They looked very, very old. I ran my hand over the carvings, a strange chill prickling my fingertips. These were not the work of loggers or early prospectors. These were something else entirely: ancient, indigenous, but unlike anything Silas had described. These felt different, more primal, more disturbing. As I moved deeper into the pass, the air grew heavy. A faint, almost imperceptible tremor resonated through the rock beneath my boots. It was a low thrum, similar to the hum of the Devil's Creek Bridge, but deeper, slower, like the pulse of a vast, hidden heart. And then I heard it, a sound so soft I almost dismissed it as the wind. It was a sigh. A long, drawn-out exhalation that seemed to come from the very rock walls around me. It was not a human sound, nor an animal sound. It was the sound of something vast, something weary, something ancient. and it filled the narrow pass, resonating in my bones. My heart hammered. This was it. This was the crag's story. I stopped, my senses stretched taut. I reached for the amulet Silas had given me, clutching it in my left hand. It felt warm, a reassuring anchor. My right hand instinctively went to the machete at my hip. The sigh faded, leaving behind an oppressive silence. The tremor continued, a faint, rhythmic pulse. I forced myself to take another step, then another, pushing deeper into the pass. I had come here to understand, and I wouldn't turn back now. As I rounded a bend in the pass, I saw it. A small, almost perfectly circular pool of water nestled against the rock face. It was incredibly still, its surface like black glass, reflecting the slivers of sky above. The water was unnaturally dark, and despite the gloom of the pass, it seemed to absorb all light, radiating a faint, almost imperceptible aura of cold. And floating in the center of the pool, almost entirely submerged, was a single, twisted branch. It was gnarled, dark, stripped of bark, and strangely shaped, resembling a crude, multi-pronged antler. It radiated an almost palpable sense of age. As I looked at it, a strange sense of dizziness washed over me. The air shimmered, and the carvings on the rock walls seemed to deepen, to vibrate with a faint, inner light. The sigh returned, louder now, almost a moan, and the tremor intensified, shaking the ground beneath my feet. My vision blurred. I felt a sudden, intense pressure on my mind, a feeling of vastness and profound sorrow. It was a consciousness, ancient and immense, that seemed to rise from the pool, from the rock, from the very air around me. It wasn't malevolent in the way the hollow one had been. It was something far older, far more indifferent. It was the spirit of the place itself. Images flashed through my mind, unbidden, disorienting. Dark figures moving in the gloom, cloaked, faceless. The glint of firelight on rough-hewn stone tools. Chants, low and guttural, echoing through this very pass. The sharp, metallic scent of blood, fear, despair, sacrifice, and a vast, insatiable hunger that permeated everything. I fell to one knee, overwhelmed by the psychic onslaught. The crag was not just a natural formation, it was a memory keeper, a living shrine to forgotten horrors. The hungry ground Silas had mentioned, the place of ancient sorrow Agnes's clipping spoke of, it was here. This was its heart. I fought to clear my head, focusing on Silas's amulet, on the rough feel of the stone. I am here. I am real. I am of this earth. The words were a fragile shield against the encroaching tide of ancient memory. The images faded, the pressure receded slightly, leaving me gasping for breath, my head throbbing. I slowly pushed myself back to my feet, leaning against the cold rock wall. My eyes were drawn back to the pool, to the gnarled branch floating in its center. This wasn't a hollow one seeking a tether. This was something far more fundamental, a spirit of the land itself, an elemental force twisted by centuries of darkness, of offerings, of blood. It demanded not a shadow, but something deeper, something more visceral. I looked around the pass again, seeing the carvings with new, horrifying clarity. They weren't just symbols. They were a story, a record of ceremonies, of fear, of a profound, ancient pact made between humans and this hungry place. I couldn't establish a logging road here. This was sacred ground, not in a benevolent sense, but in a terrifying, primal one. To disturb it would be to unleash something far beyond our comprehension. I knew I had to go back, not just to report to Mark, but to gather more information, to consult Silas, to delve deeper into the lore. This was not a quick fix, not a simple ritual. This was confronting the very roots of the wilderness's ancient darkness. As I carefully backed out of the pass, keeping my eyes on the dark pool, the air lightened slightly. The tremor lessened. The sigh faded, but the feeling of vast, watchful presence remained. I returned to my camp, my mind reeling. The crag was not just a landmark, it was a portal, a nexus of ancient, powerful energy, and the proposed logging road would lead directly through its most vulnerable point. That night, I didn't just keep my fire burning. I built a small circle of stones around it, following an instinctive urge. I placed Silas's amulet inside the circle and sprinkled some of the dried herbs around it, a silent, personal ward against the pervasive presence of the crag. I knew these weren't enough against something so immense, but they were a gesture, an affirmation of my own protected space. I couldn't sleep. My mind replayed the images, the feelings, the profound sorrow and hunger that had emanated from the pool. I understood now Agnes's reference to hungry ground. It literally fed on the sorrow, the fear, the life force that had been offered or taken here. The next morning, I packed up quickly, a sense of urgency driving me. I needed to get back to camp to speak with Mark and Silas. This was far bigger than a single haunted bridge. This was about the very soul of the wilderness. The drive back was less about scouting and more about escape. I pushed the ranger hard, eager to put distance between myself and the oppressive presence of the crag. Yet, even as I sped away, I knew I carried a part of it with me, the knowledge, the understanding of its profound, terrible power. I arrived back at the logging camp late in the afternoon, exhausted but alert. Mark met me by the ranger, a question in his eyes. "It's not good, Mark," I said, stepping out of the truck, the words tumbling out. "That road, we can't build it, not through there. That place, it's alive, in a way I can't explain." He listened, his face slowly growing grim as I recounted my experience in the pass, the carvings, the pool, the overwhelming sense of ancient hunger and sorrow. I left nothing out, describing the psychic visions, the sheer weight of the crag's presence. When I finished, he was silent for a long moment, staring out at the darkening forest. "Alive," he finally murmured, his voice low, like the bridge. "No," I replied, shaking my head. "Different, more ancient. The bridge, it was a place where something got in. The crag, it feels like something was born there, something that's been fed for a very long time." That evening, Mark called another council in the mess trailer. Gus, Frank, and Silas were there, their faces serious. I repeated my story, detailing every unsettling nuance. Silas listened intently, his eyes closed for a moment after I finished. "The crag," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "My people have stories of such places. They call them the deep heart, places where the earth's blood flows, where the spirit world is very close. And if blood has been spilt there, much blood, then the heart remembers. It can grow hungry." Frank grunted, always knew that crag was a bad spot, never felt right, but no one ever went near it. Too remote, too much effort for too little timber. "The carvings," I pressed. "They weren't like anything you described, Silas. They felt aggressive, demanding." Silas nodded slowly. "There were other peoples long before mine, different ways, different pacts. Some sought power from the land, not through balance, but through domination. They would feed the earth to ask it for strength, for prosperity, for victory." He looked at me, his gaze somber. "But the earth takes more than it gives. It always seeks balance, and a hungry heart, it never truly forgets what it has tasted." "So it's not just an entity then," Mark said, trying to grasp the new information. "It's the place itself." "In a way," Silas clarified, "the spirit of the place, twisted by what has happened there, by the offerings, by the sorrow. It is a wound in the land, yes, but a living wound, a memory that demands to be fed. And a logging road through there, Gus asked, his brow furrowed. What would that do? Silas shook his head gravely. It would be like tearing open an old scar, a direct affront. The heart would awaken fully, and whatever has been sleeping there, waiting for its time, it would be unleashed. A chill went through me, unleashed. The thought of something so ancient, so vast, being let loose on the world was terrifying. We can't build that road, Mark stated firmly, looking around at the grim faces. It's too much of a risk. We'll reroute, find another way, no matter how long it takes. The men nodded in agreement. This wasn't just about lost timber or logistical challenges. It was about something far more profound, something ancient and dangerous. But what about the deep heart? I asked, the question heavy on my tongue. Is there any way to appease it, to heal the wound? Silas looked at me, a profound sadness in his eyes. My people believed that such a wound could only be healed over time, through generations of respectful coexistence, through offerings of balance, not hunger. It would take a great deal of effort, a great deal of understanding, and a willingness to simply let it be, to leave it undisturbed. So we just leave it alone, Frank asked. Hope it stays sleeping. For now, Silas said, it is the wisest path, to acknowledge its presence, to respect its power, and to not trespass where it lies. It is not seeking to follow you, young one, as the hollow one did. It is bound to that place. But if you were to open that door fully, it would not be contained. I spent the next few days working on the reroute, my mind still preoccupied with the crag. The urgency of the previous weeks had faded, replaced by a quiet, watchful determination. My experience with the Hollow One had been a personal battle for survival. My encounter with the crag was a revelation, a glimpse into the vast, ancient forces that shaped the very land we walked on. I found myself seeking out Silas more often, listening to his quiet wisdom, absorbing the fragments of ancient knowledge he shared. He taught me more about the thin places, explaining that they were often tied to geological anomalies, to ancient water sources, or to places where human intention, particularly strong emotion, had profoundly altered the spiritual landscape. The crag, he explained, was a combination of all three, a unique geological formation, a powerful subterranean water source flowing through its core, and centuries of human ritual and sacrifice. The land remembers, Silas would say, his gaze distant, as if seeing beyond the immediate forest. It remembers joy and sorrow. It remembers what is given freely and what is taken by force, and it holds onto those memories, sometimes for a very long time. I also spent time with Agnes's newspaper clipping, rereading the brief article, connecting the dots. The hungry ground that had swallowed the miners was undoubtedly the crag, or a manifestation of its power. The bridge was merely another scar, a smaller wound, where a specific manifestation of grief and loss had found a weak point. The Hollow One was a symptom. The deep heart was the disease, or rather, the ancient, wounded spirit that caused the symptoms. My new purpose solidified. I was no longer just the kid who lost his shadow. I was a nascent guardian, an apprentice to the unseen. My skills in mapping and surveying, combined with my unique sensitivity, made me uniquely suited to understanding these deep places. I could identify the contours of the land, and now I could feel its unseen pulse. One afternoon, a few weeks after my return from the crag, I was out checking some distant boundary markers. The sun was warm, the forest alive with the chirping of birds and the rustle of leaves. It was a beautiful, ordinary day. As I walked, I came across an old, barely visible trail, winding its way through a particularly dense section of ancient cedars. It wasn't on any of our maps, not even the oldest ones. It seemed to simply fade into the undergrowth, hinting at a path long forgotten. An old trapper's trail, perhaps, or an indigenous hunting route. My instincts, now finely tuned, flared, not with alarm, but with curiosity. It was a different kind of sensation than the dread of the bridge or the vastness of the crag. This felt quiet, secretive, almost invitational. I hesitated for a moment, then decided to follow it. My scouting duties were done for the day, and the pull of the unknown was strong. I pushed through the overgrowth, my machete clearing the way, and followed the faint indentation of the trail. The trail led me deeper into the cedars, the light growing dimmer, the air cooler. The trees here were particularly ancient, their trunks immense, their branches draped with moss-like ancient beards. It felt like stepping back in time, into a part of the forest that had remained untouched for centuries. After about 20 minutes of walking, the trail opened into a small, secluded glade, and in the center of the glade stood a single, immense cedar tree, unlike any I had ever seen. Its trunk was wider than my ranger, its branches reaching up like colossal arms to meet the sky, creating a natural cathedral of green. Its bark was a tapestry of deep reds and browns, etched with unimaginable age. But it wasn't just the tree's size that captivated me. It was the feeling it emanated, a profound sense of peace, of wisdom, of quiet strength. It felt like a living sanctuary. As I approached, I noticed small, weathered offerings at its base, smooth river stones, a few carefully placed feathers, a piece of woven reed, dried wildflowers. These were not the fearful offerings of the crag, nor the appeasing offerings Silas had spoken of for a restless spirit. These were offerings of respect, of reverence. I realized then that this was another kind of thin place, not a wound, but a sacred grove, a place of connection, where the veil was thin not because of sorrow or hunger, but because of inherent power, because of ancient veneration. As I stood there, bathed in the soft, green light filtered through the cedar canopy, a profound sense of calm settled over me. This was the other side of the coin, the balance to the darkness of the crag and the sorrow of the bridge. The wilderness was not just full of hungry things. It was also full of places of immense, quiet power, places that offered solace and connection, if one knew how to listen. I reached into my pocket and pulled out Silas's amulet, holding it in my open palm. It felt warm, vibrant. I didn't speak any words, didn't perform any ritual. I simply stood there in the presence of the ancient tree, offering my own silent respect, my own acknowledgement of its profound age and wisdom. A gentle breeze rustled the cedar boughs above me, a soft, whispering sound that seemed to carry an echo of ancient voices, not threatening but welcoming. It was a reaffirmation of the vast, mysterious beauty of the world, of the intricate balance between light and shadow, life and death, seen and unseen. I stayed in the glade for a long time, simply breathing, simply being. It was a moment of profound peace and understanding. My journey into the wilderness had begun with terror, but it was evolving into a path of learning, of connection, of guardianship. As the sun began to dip, casting long, golden shafts of light through the cedars, I turned to leave. I didn't want to overstay my welcome, to disturb the quiet reverence of the place. As I walked back down the faint trail, I noticed something I hadn't seen on my way in. A small, almost invisible carving on the trunk of one of the younger cedars at the edge of the glade. It was a symbol, intricate and flowing, unlike the stark carvings of the crag. It was Silas's mark. He had known about this place, he had respected it, and in his own quiet way, he had passed it on to me. I returned to camp feeling refreshed, invigorated, my mind clear. The crag still loomed in the distant landscape of my thoughts, a dark presence to be respected and avoided. But now I knew there were other places too, places of light, of healing, of ancient, quiet strength. My journey was far from over. I was still learning, still growing, still exploring the edges of this vast, mysterious world. But I was no longer afraid. I was ready. Ready to listen, ready to protect, ready to understand. The wilderness was my home, and its secrets, both light and dark, were now my domain. And I, the boy who once lost his shadow, was beginning to find his true self in their depths. The logging season continued, and I threw myself into my work with renewed vigor, applying my heightened awareness to every task. The proposed road to the Widow's Peak area was rerouted, a longer but safer path that skirted wide around the crag. Mark, true to his word, had quietly dismissed the original route, citing unforeseen geological instability in his reports. He never questioned my detailed description of the crag's more ethereal properties, a testament to our shared ordeal and his own unspoken acceptance of the unseen. Silas and I continued our quiet conversations. I shared my discovery of the ancient cedar glade, and he listened with a soft smile, nodding. A place of peace, he affirmed, the heart of the forest beating with a different rhythm. It reminds us that not all power is born of sorrow. He began to teach me more, not just about wards and offerings, but about the balance of the elements, the cycles of nature, the intricate web of life that stretched between the seen and the unseen. He spoke of listening to the wind, reading the patterns of water, understanding the language of the rocks and trees. He was teaching me to become an elder in his own way. My bond with Gus and Frank also deepened. They were men of the earth, practical and grounded, yet they had witnessed enough of the strange to hold a healthy respect for my new sensitivities. Gus, in particular, often found excuses to join me on my longer scouting trips, his machete and rifle a reassuring presence, his gruff comments often masking a quiet, watchful attention. He hadn't seen what I had, but he trusted my judgment implicitly. Life settled into a rhythm, but it was a rhythm undergirded by a new awareness. I saw the patterns now, the subtle connections. The way certain areas of the forest felt vibrant and alive, almost singing, while others were quiet, somber, almost holding their breath. I learned to navigate not just by compass and map, but by the subtle currents of the land itself. One crisp winter morning, a heavy snowfall had blanketed the camp. The world was transformed into a pristine, silent landscape of white. Our work was temporarily halted, giving us a rare day of quiet. I sat by the mess tent stove, sipping hot coffee, watching the snow fall. Mark entered, shaking snow from his hat, a thoughtful look on his face. "Just got a call from Cedar Gulch," he said, his voice low. "Old man Henderson, you remember him, ran the general store until he retired a few years back." I nodded, of course. Henderson was a gruff but kind old man, a fixture of the town. "Well," Mark continued, a pause in his voice, "he's gone, vanished. His house was open, car in the driveway, everything in place, just disappeared." A cold knot formed in my stomach. "Vanished," I echoed, the word ringing with unsettling familiarity. Mark met my gaze, his eyes grim. "Yep, police are saying he probably just wandered off, maybe fell in the snow. Old age, dementia, that kind of thing. But his daughter said he was sharp as a tack, and no tracks leaving the house, apparently. Just nothing." The air in the mess tent grew heavy, suddenly infused with an unspoken dread. Henderson's house was just outside the main cluster of buildings in Cedar Gulch, right on the edge of the woods that stretched towards our logging territory. Agnes, I murmured. Has anyone spoken to Agnes? Mark nodded slowly. She was the one who called the daughter, actually. Heard about it from a neighbor. She just said, another one taken by the thirsty earth. That was all she'd say. Thirsty earth, not hungry ground, but thirsty earth. A subtle but significant difference. This implied a different kind of entity, a different need. The hollow one had sought a tether, a way to cross over. The deep heart of the crag had demanded sacrifice, a feeding of ancient hunger. What did the thirsty earth want? I thought of Jed, who had vanished after his encounter with the bridge, and Thomas, frozen, fighting to the last, and the miners from the old newspaper clipping. Vanishing without a trace was a signature of these deep places, of the things that lurked just beyond the veil. But this was different. Henderson hadn't been out in the deep wilderness. He had been in his own home on the edge of town. The boundary, it seemed, was shifting. Or perhaps the reach of these entities was growing. I need to go to Cedar Gulch, I said, rising from my seat, a fierce determination replacing the initial shock. Mark looked surprised. Now, in this snow, they'll have the roads plowed by tomorrow, but it'll be slow going. Now, I reiterated, I need to speak with Agnes, and I need to see Henderson's house. I need to feel what's there. Mark stared at me for a moment, then nodded. He knew. He understood this wasn't about a missing persons case for me. It was about something far older, far more dangerous. All right, he said, walking over to the map hanging on the wall. Take the snowcat. It'll get you through the drifts. Be careful. And tell Agnes I said hello, and that we're thinking of her. He paused, then added, his voice low, be well, kid. Don't wander too far from yourself. The journey to Cedar Gulch in the snowcat was slow and arduous, the world outside a blurry canvas of white. The usual 4-hour drive stretched to almost 6. As I plowed through the deep snow, my mind raced. The thirsty earth, the vanishing. It felt like a new chapter, a different kind of threat. The wilderness, I was learning, held many secrets, and not all of them stayed neatly confined to its ancient, untamed heart. Some, it seemed, could creep to the very edges of civilization. By the time I reached Cedar Gulch, the last vestiges of daylight were fading. The small town, usually bustling, was quiet, subdued by the snow and the news of Henderson's disappearance. Snowplows had cleared the main road, but side streets were still deep in white. I drove the snowcat directly to Agnes's small, unassuming house on the outskirts of town. A plume of wood smoke curled from her chimney, a welcoming sign in the gloom. I knocked on her door, the sound muffled by the thick snow. Agnes opened the door, her eyes, as always, unnervingly sharp. She didn't express surprise at my arrival, almost as if she had been expecting me. Come in, dear boy, she said, her voice soft but firm. The tea is hot, and there is much to discuss. I stepped into her warm, cluttered living room, filled with the scent of herbs, old books, and wood smoke. It felt like stepping into another world, a place where the veil between the ordinary and the extraordinary was always thin. We sat by her crackling fireplace, a steaming mug of her bitter, herbal tea in my hands. She looked at me, her gaze piercing. So you felt it too, didn't you? The shift, the drawing in. I nodded. Thirsty earth, you said. What does that mean, Agnes? She sighed, a weary sound. The wilderness has many faces, child, and many hungers. The hollow one of the bridge sought to cross over to find completion. The deep heart of the crag seeks sustenance, a feeding of ancient power. But the thirsty earth, it seeks connection. It seeks to draw things into itself, not to consume, but to absorb, to become one with the land forever. My blood ran cold, to become one with the land forever. It sounded almost peaceful, but the implication was terrifying. Obliteration of self, a complete erasure. Henderson, I began. He was drawn in. Agnes nodded, her face grim. He used to walk in the woods behind his house every day, a habit of a lifetime. He loved that patch of forest, said it brought him peace. But that peace, it became an invitation. The land, you see, it's like a living thing, and sometimes it becomes lonely. It remembers the ones who walked upon it, who loved it, and sometimes it reaches out to pull them home. But he was in his house, I countered, not in the woods. The reach, dear boy, Agnes said, tapping her temple. The connection is not always physical. It is of the spirit, of the heart. If the land has touched you deeply enough, if you have given yourself to it in love and reverence, then it can call you, even from your bed, especially when the veil is thin, as it is in winter, under the deep snow. The silence that followed was heavy with implication. I thought of my own profound connection to these woods, to the very land I walked. I had faced its terrors, and I had found its sanctuaries. I had given a piece of myself, a piece of my fear, to break the tether of the hollow one. But I had also given something else, my devotion, my understanding, my unwavering attention. Had I, in my quest to understand, made myself vulnerable to this new hunger, to the thirsty earth? Is there a way to break that connection? I asked, my voice barely a whisper, to sever that kind of pull. Agnes shook her head slowly. That was a different kind of hunger, dear boy. This wasn't about possession like the hollow one or ancient power like the crag. This was absorption, a deep, soulful longing from the land itself to reclaim what it felt belonged to it. And no, there is no ritual to sever a connection forged over a lifetime of devotion. If the earth calls you home, and you have loved it truly, deeply, then home you go. My mind raced, the implications chilling. All this time I had sought to understand the wilderness, to respect it, to connect with it. Had I been unknowingly inviting this very fate? My own heart, once filled with terror, now resonated with a profound, almost spiritual bond to these ancient woods. Was I next? Agnes seemed to read my thoughts. You fear for yourself, and rightly so, but your path is different. You came to the wilderness seeking escape, yes, but you stayed to understand, to guard. You are a sentinel, not a wanderer seeking peace. There is a difference in intent, and the land, it recognizes intent. She paused, her gaze softening. Henderson, bless his soul, he merely wished to be absorbed into its quietude. He gave himself, unknowingly, over to its call. But if the land can call people from their homes, from the edge of town, I pressed, what stops it from reaching further? What protects the others? Agnes leaned forward, stirring the embers in her fireplace with a small poker. Boundaries, fences, not physical ones, though they help, spiritual ones. The further you are from the wild heart, the thinner the call, and intent, always intent. The thirst of the earth is for those who truly love it, who long to be part of it, not for those who merely pass through or who fear it. That is why you, young guardian, are less vulnerable to this particular hunger, for you stand between the worlds, not within one. Still the unease lingered. A new layer of vigilance settled over me. The hollow one had been a clear, monstrous threat. The crag, an ancient, powerful entity that needed to be left undisturbed. But this thirsty earth was insidious, a subtle siren song that preyed on love and connection, blurring the lines between belonging and oblivion. I need to see Henderson's house, I told her. I need to feel it. Agnes nodded. Go, but be careful. The lingering echo of such a powerful drawing-in can be disorienting. She gave me directions, a few winding turns through the snow-laden side streets. I left her cozy home, the biting winter air a sharp contrast to the warmth within. The snowcat churned its way through the drifts, its headlights cutting through the deepening twilight. Henderson's house was a small, well-kept bungalow, a few streets from Agnes's, nestled at the very edge of the cleared residential area. Beyond his backyard, a dense wall of snow-laden pines stood silent and imposing. The front door was ajar, swinging slightly in the gentle breeze as if someone had just stepped out. The lights inside were on, casting a warm, inviting glow on the pristine snow, but there were no tracks leading away. None. I parked the snowcat and approached cautiously, my senses on high alert. The silence here was different from the crag's oppressive weight or the bridge's buzzing malevolence. It was a profound, almost reverent stillness, as if the air itself was holding its breath. The scent of pine was stronger here, mingling with a faint, earthy aroma, even in the dead of winter. I pushed the door open further and stepped inside. The house was immaculate. A half-eaten bowl of oatmeal sat on the kitchen table, a newspaper folded beside it. A book lay open on a chair in the living room. Everything bespoke a life suddenly, peacefully interrupted. I walked through the house, my boots sinking slightly into the thick carpet. There was no sign of struggle, no frantic rush. It was as if Henderson had simply melted away. As I entered the living room, a palpable shift in the air occurred. It wasn't cold, but rather a sensation of immense, expansive calm. It felt complete, too complete. My eyes were drawn to the large picture window overlooking the backyard. Beyond it, the snow-covered forest seemed to beckon, its shadows long and deep in the fading light. I stood by the window, feeling the faint, lingering imprint of Henderson's presence. His love for that forest, his desire for peace and belonging, resonated in the very air. And woven through that, like a silent chord, was the land's answer, a gentle, irresistible pull. It wasn't a hostile force. It was an embrace, an ultimate belonging. And that, in its own way, was more terrifying than any monster, because it spoke to the deepest human longing, to find peace, to be truly home. I closed my eyes, focusing on my own inner landscape. I felt the powerful pull, a gentle, almost loving caress on my spirit, inviting me to shed my worries, my earthly concerns, and to become one with the quiet majesty of the snow-laden woods. It was seductive, utterly peaceful, utterly complete. But then the faces of Mark, Silas, Gus, and Frank flashed in my mind. The memory of the bridge, of the hollow one, of the crushing cold. The heavy presence of the crag demanding sacrifice, my role as a guardian. My choice to stand between the worlds, not to dissolve into them. I clenched my fists, pushing back against the subtle invitation. I am here. I am needed here. The words formed a silent mantra, a shield against the creeping tranquility. The pull lessened but did not disappear. It merely receded like a gentle tide. I opened my eyes, the living room now seeming starker, less welcoming. The profound peace I had felt was replaced by a quiet sorrow. Henderson was gone, truly gone, and nothing could bring him back. He had chosen in his heart to answer the call. I left Henderson's house, carefully closing the door behind me. The snowcat rumbled to life, the noise a harsh intrusion in the profound quiet. I drove back to Agnes's, the implications of what I had felt weighing heavily on my mind. She was waiting for me. I told her what I had experienced, the gentle, seductive pull. She listened, her eyes closed, then nodded slowly. "You resisted it," she observed, a note of quiet pride in her voice. "That is good. It means your purpose here is stronger than the lure of ultimate peace. You are not ready to be called home, not in that way." "But what does this mean, Agnes?" I asked, my voice strained. "Are more people going to start vanishing? Is this a new phase? Is the wilderness becoming more active?" Agnes sighed a deep, ancient sound. The world is changing, dear boy. The veil between what is seen and what is unseen, it thins. Perhaps it is the turning of an age. Perhaps it is simply that humans have forgotten to listen, to respect, and so the land speaks louder in ways we no longer understand. But yes, I fear it is a new phase, a drawing in, and it will not be limited to the deep woods. Her words sent a shiver down my spine. The reach of the wilderness was expanding. The line between civilization and the untamed was blurring. So what do we do? I asked, the question echoing the weight of my new responsibility. Agnes looked at me, her gaze steady. We listen, we learn, we protect where we can. And you, dear boy, you continue to strengthen your resolve. You understand the languages of the wild now. You are its bridge, its guardian. You must teach others to listen, to respect, to acknowledge. But most of all, you must remain tethered to yourself, to your purpose. For if you waver, the thirsty earth will be there waiting. I spent the night at Agnes's, unable to face the long drive back to camp in the dark, my mind still reeling from the day's revelations. We talked late into the night, Agnes sharing more of her vast, eclectic knowledge, ancient stories of the land, forgotten rituals, the subtle energies that permeated the world. She spoke of the delicate balance that had once existed between humans and the wild, a balance now irrevocably broken. The old ways understood these hungers, she explained, holding my gaze. They knew when to offer, when to simply watch, and when to create distance. They knew the cost of disrespect and the danger of too much love. We have forgotten that wisdom. I left Agnes's the next morning, the snowcat carving a fresh path through the crisp, untouched snow. The sun, bright and cold, glittered on the white landscape, making the world seem pristine, innocent. But I knew better now. Beneath the beautiful facade, ancient forces were stirring. The drive back to camp felt different. I scanned the snow-laden forest with a new kind of awareness, not just for danger, but for the subtle signs of presence, of intent. I recognized now the places where the air felt lighter, more welcoming, and the places where a silent invitation seemed to hang in the crisp winter air. I felt the hum of the world, not as a threat, but as a complex, living symphony with both harmonious and dissonant chords. When I arrived back at the logging camp, Mark was relieved to see me. I recounted my conversation with Agnes and my experience at Henderson's house, omitting none of the chilling details. Mark listened intently, his face growing more troubled with each word. So Henderson wasn't just lost, he murmured, running a hand through his hair. He was called. Yes, I confirmed, and Agnes believes this is a new phase, that the land's reach is expanding, especially for those who feel a deep connection to it. Mark looked out at the vast, silent wilderness. Then what do we do? Tell everyone to stop loving the forest? He gave a grim chuckle. That's not going to fly. No, I replied, but we can teach them respect. We can teach them to be mindful, to understand that the wilderness is not just a resource or a place for recreation. It's a living entity with its own ancient laws and its own hungers. We gathered Silas, Gus, and Frank that evening. The mess tent was warm, the aroma of stale coffee and wood smoke filling the air, but the mood was somber. I shared the full extent of my encounter, Agnes's insights, and the profound implications of Henderson's disappearance. Silas listened with a quiet, knowing solemnity. The thirsty earth, he repeated almost to himself. Yes, I have heard the old stories. It is the price of true belonging when the balance is broken. The land gives life, and in return it asks for life, but not in malice, in union. Gus grunted, shifting uncomfortably. So, some old fella just gets swallowed up by the woods for liking it too much. That ain't right. Right or wrong, Frank added, it's terrifying. What happens if this thirsty earth decides it wants one of us? The question hung heavy in the air. We were all men of the forest, deeply connected to this land. Even Gus, with all his cynicism, was bound to it. Agnes believes that intent matters, I explained. Henderson sought peace, sought to be absorbed. My purpose, my intent, is to guard, to understand, to stand between. That, she says, is my protection. Silas nodded. Yes, the spirit knows your heart, but the calling can still be strong. You must be vigilant. You must strengthen your own core, your own sense of self. Do not let the longing for peace overwhelm your purpose. Over the next few weeks, a new undercurrent of caution permeated the camp. While work continued, the men seemed to move with a heightened awareness, a subtle respect for the deep, silent presence of the snow-covered woods. No one spoke directly of Henderson being called home, but the story of his vanishing, the police's bafflement, and the chilling lack of tracks spread through the crew. It became another cautionary tale, whispered around the fires, adding to the growing legend of the wilderness's hidden powers. I continued my work, but with a sharpened focus. My scouting missions became less about timber and more about observation. I sought out the thin places, not just the dangerous ones, but also the places of profound beauty and ancient power, like the cedar glade. I walked the boundaries not just of the logging parcels, but of the seen and unseen worlds. Silas and I spent hours talking. He taught me about native plants that could subtly ward against unseen presences, not with force, but with clarity of spirit. He showed me how to read the patterns of the wind through the trees, not just for weather, but for messages. He spoke of listening to the dreams the earth whispered to those attuned enough to hear. I learned to ground myself, to consciously feel my connection to the earth beneath my feet, but to hold myself separate, distinct. I visualized my own energy, a vibrant, contained force, pushing back against any subtle invitation, any encroaching pull. It was a constant exercise, a subtle form of spiritual self-defense. One afternoon, late in winter, I was returning from a long scouting trip in a new, unexplored sector far to the north of our current operations. The snow was beginning to melt, revealing patches of dark, damp earth. The scent of pine and thawing soil filled the air. My assignment had been to assess the feasibility of extending our operations into this new region, a vast expanse of old-growth forest that hadn't been touched in generations. As I drove the Ranger through a particularly remote valley, I noticed a series of unusual rock formations along a small, winding creek. They were not jagged like the crag, nor smooth like river stones. They were perfectly conical, rising like ancient, weathered teeth from the earth. There were perhaps a dozen of them, arranged in a rough, semicircular pattern around a wider, flatter stone. They were clearly natural, yet their regularity felt unnatural, almost placed. A familiar tingling sensation, a subtle shift in the air, alerted me. This wasn't the dread of the bridge, the vastness of the crag, or the seductive pull of the thirsty earth. This was something else, a quiet, almost melancholy energy. It felt like a place of waiting. I stopped the Ranger, switched off the engine, and stepped out into the crisp, thawing air. The silence was absolute, broken only by the gentle gurgle of the creek. The conical rock seemed to absorb all sound, creating a pocket of profound stillness. I walked closer, approaching the formations with caution. The ground felt different here, subtly softer, almost spongy, even where the snow had melted. As I got closer to the central, flat stone, I noticed fine, almost imperceptible etchings on its surface. They were symbols like those on the crag, but much fainter, more fluid. They looked like flowing lines, abstract representations of water or wind, unlike the angular, aggressive patterns I had seen before. As my fingers brushed against the cool, damp stone, a jolt went through me. Not a shock of energy, but a sudden, vivid burst of images, like a brief, silent film playing in my mind. I saw a group of people, dressed in hides and furs, gathered around this very stone. Their faces were painted, their eyes somber. They were performing a ceremony, their movements slow and deliberate. I saw them holding small, intricately carved wooden figurines, then gently placing them into the earth around the stone. I felt a profound sense of loss, of mourning, but also of peace, a ritual of remembrance. The images faded, leaving me breathless, my hands still resting on the cool stone. This was an ancient burial ground, not for bodies, I realized, but for spirits. A place where the souls of the departed were gently offered back to the earth, not consumed, not absorbed, but laid to rest, to journey on. And the conical stones, I understood, were markers, sentinels of the spiritual path. A wave of profound sadness washed over me, but it was not a frightening sorrow. It was the collective grief of generations, interwoven with a deep sense of respect and continuity. It was a sacred place, imbued with the echoes of countless farewells. But something was wrong. Beneath the ancient grief, a faint whisper emerged, a subtle discord in the harmony of remembrance. It was a feeling of restlessness, not malevolence, but a quiet, persistent yearning. My gaze fell upon one of the conical stones. It was slightly different from the others. A fine, almost invisible crack ran down its side, as if it had been struck by lightning or simply eroded in a unique way. And from that crack, a faint, almost imperceptible shimmer radiated. I knelt, touching the cracked stone. The feeling of restlessness intensified. It felt like a thin place, a place where the veil was worn. But it wasn't a wound like the bridge, nor a hungry heart like the crag, nor a seductive pull like the thirsty earth. This was a place where the spirits, instead of moving on, were lingering, trapped perhaps. The whispering grew louder, a chorus of faint, mournful voices just at the edge of hearing. Not words, but the soft, sighing sounds of longing. They weren't threatening me. They were seeking something, an answer, release. I pulled Silas's amulet from my pocket, gripping it tight. This was a different kind of guardianship, not battling a monster, not avoiding a primal force, but aiding the lost. I knew I couldn't just leave this place. My intuition, now my most trusted guide, told me that these lingering spirits, though not malicious, could become problematic if left unaddressed. Their restlessness could fray the veil further, making the area vulnerable to other, less benign entities. It was a place that needed balance, a restoration of its original purpose. I spent the rest of the day simply sitting in the glade, listening to the subtle whispers, feeling the presence of the departed. I made no offerings, performed no rituals. I simply bore witness, allowing the ancient sorrow to flow through me without letting it consume me. I was learning to be a conduit, a receptor, not just a shield. As dusk settled, painting the valley in hues of violet and gray, the whispering seemed to lessen, replaced by a faint, almost imperceptible hum. It was as if my presence, my quiet acknowledgement, had brought a degree of peace to the restless spirits. I returned to the ranger, my mind full of questions. This was a new challenge, a different facet of the unseen world. It required not just strength but compassion, not just knowledge but empathy. I drove back to camp, my course already set. I needed to speak with Silas, to understand the old ways of guiding the lost, of mending the veil when it frayed not from malevolence, but from unfulfilled longing. Upon my return, I immediately sought out Silas. He was sitting by the fire, carving a small wooden bird. He looked up as I approached, his eyes holding a familiar, knowing glint. "You found a place of quiet sorrow," he stated, not as a question, but as a recognition. I nodded, amazed, as always, by his perception. I described the conical stones, the etchings, the vision of the ancient burial ceremony, and the subtle restlessness of the lingering spirits. Silas listened, his carving tools still for a moment. "Ah," he murmured, "the whispering stones. Yes, my great-grandmother spoke of such a place far to the north, a crossing point for the ancestors, a place where the veil is thin for those who have passed on." "But something is wrong there," I explained. "The spirits, they haven't moved on. They're lingering. There's a restlessness." Silas examined the wooden bird in his hand, his brow furrowed. "Sometimes a place of passage can become blocked, if the rituals are forgotten, or if the land itself is disturbed too greatly, the spirits can become disoriented. They are not trapped in a malevolent way as a hollow one is bound. They are simply lost, seeking their way home." "The cracked stone," I said, remembering. It seemed to be the source of the restlessness. A faint shimmer came from it. Silas's eyes widened slightly. "A crack, yes, that is where the passage is most vulnerable. A wound in the road home for the ancestors." He looked at me, a serious expression on his face. "You cannot leave them there, young guardian. If those spirits are not guided, if that passage is not mended, they will become more restless. They will draw on the life force of the living, not out of malice, but out of desperate need. They could cause spiritual illness, a deep melancholy in those who linger near." "How do we guide them?" I asked, feeling the weight of the task. "How do we mend the passage?" Silas looked at the fire, his gaze distant. "It requires understanding, acknowledgement, and a specific ritual to reaffirm the path, to make it clear for them once more. It is not a battle like the hollow one. It is an act of compassion, a ceremony of guidance." He began to explain in detail the steps required. It was intricate, involving specific herbs to clear the air, certain chants to soothe and guide, and a particular way of touching the earth to reinforce the passage. It was a delicate act of spiritual midwifery, guiding souls from one world to the next. "But the cracked stone," he emphasized, "that is the key. It must be mended not physically but spiritually. Its purpose as a marker, as a guidepost, must be restored." I absorbed every word, feeling a new sense of purpose coalesce within me. This was different from anything I had faced before. This was about healing, about restoring balance, not just for the living, but for the dead. "I'll need help," I admitted. "This isn't something I can do alone." Silas nodded. "Indeed, such ceremonies are traditionally performed by a circle, a community of intent, but we have a small community here, do we not? Your brother, Gus, Frank. Their hearts are good, and they respect the unseen. Their presence, their belief, will lend strength to the ritual." The next morning, I approached Mark, Gus, and Frank. I explained the situation, the ancient burial ground, the lingering spirits, and Silas's belief that a ceremony was needed to guide them home. I didn't know how they would react. They were practical men, and this was far beyond their usual understanding of the world. Mark listened intently, his expression serious. "So these aren't ghosts that want to scare us or suck us dry like the other stuff?" "No," I explained. "Silas says they're lost, disoriented. They need help finding their way." Gus grunted. "Lost spirits, huh? Well, I've been lost myself a time or two in these woods. Ain't a pleasant feeling." He looked at Frank, then back at me. "What's this ceremony involve?" I explained the basic steps Silas had outlined: the clearing, the chants, the touching of the earth. Frank scratched his grizzled beard. Sounds mighty strange, but after what we saw at the bridge and what you found at that crag, I reckon I've seen stranger. If it stops these lost souls from bothering folks, then I'm in. Mark looked at each of us, then nodded. All right, we'll go. Silas too, I assume. Especially Silas, I confirmed. He'll lead the ceremony, will be his anchor. We decided to go the following day, weather permitting. Silas spent the rest of the day preparing, gathering specific herbs, preparing small bundles of sage and cedar, and teaching us the simple, rhythmic chants he would use. He emphasized the importance of clear intent, of reverence, and of compassion. The journey to the Whispering Stones the next morning was solemn. The snowcat, loaded with our gear and Silas's ceremonial supplies, carved a slow path through the thawing forest. Mark, Gus, and Frank were quiet, their faces reflecting a mixture of apprehension and a quiet determination. They trusted me, and they trusted Silas. As we approached the valley, the familiar stillness settled over us, a palpable presence that seemed to absorb all sound. We parked the snowcat at the edge of the glade and walked in, a silent procession. The conical stones rose like ancient teeth from the thawing earth, silent and watchful. The cracked stone, I noticed, seemed to emanate a faint, almost imperceptible shimmer, even in the morning light, and the whispers, though faint, were there, a mournful lament on the gentle breeze. Silas began to prepare. He carefully laid out a small cloth on the central flat stone, placing his herbs and a small, beautifully carved bone flute upon it. He instructed us to stand in a circle around the flat stone, facing inwards, our hands joined. We are here as witnesses, Silas explained, his voice low and clear. As guides, we offer our hearts, our clear intention to help these lost ones find their path. No fear, no judgment, only compassion. He then lit the bundles of sage and cedar, the fragrant smoke curling upwards, cleansing the air. He began a low, rhythmic chant, his voice deep and resonant, a language I didn't understand, yet felt in my bones. It was a melody of ancient peace, of gentle farewells. As Silas chanted, a profound stillness descended upon the glade. The whispers seemed to respond, weaving through the melody, becoming less mournful, more searching. I felt a tingling sensation in my joined hands, a subtle energy flowing between us, anchoring us, creating a conduit. Silas then picked up the bone flute and played a haunting, ethereal tune. The music seemed to lift, to soar, weaving through the conical stones, resonating with their ancient purpose. It felt like a beacon guiding unseen travelers. He then moved to the cracked stone, placing his hands on either side of the fissure. He closed his eyes, his face serene, and continued his soft chanting. We maintained our circle, our intent focused, our hearts open. I felt a surge of energy, a profound sense of connection, flowing through our joined hands through Silas into the cracked stone. A faint light emanated from the fissure, growing brighter, shimmering with an inner radiance. And as the light intensified, the mournful whispers began to change. They became softer, lighter, like the gentle rustle of leaves in a distant wind. It was no longer a lament, but a sound of release, of passage. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the light from the crack faded. The whispers died out, replaced by a profound yet peaceful silence. The air felt lighter, clearer. The sense of restlessness was gone. The glade now radiated a gentle, quiet reverence, its ancient sorrow now a calm memory. Silas slowly removed his hands from the stone, his eyes opening. He looked at each of us, a faint smile on his lips. They have found their way, he said, his voice soft, almost triumphant. The path is clear again. We stood there for a long moment, allowing the peace of the glade to settle around us. Gus and Frank, though still a bit wide-eyed, had a look of awe on their faces. Mark, his face unreadable for a moment, finally let out a long, slow breath. "Well," Mark said, breaking the silence, a tremor in his voice. "That was something else. Never thought I'd be helping lost spirits find their way. Glad they're at peace, though." Gus nodded. "Yeah, peace. That's good. Don't like the idea of anyone, living or dead, being stuck." Frank just shook his head, looking around the glade with new, deeper respect. "These woods, they hold a lot more than just trees, don't they?" We gathered Silas's ceremonial items, a quiet sense of accomplishment filling the air. We had faced the unknown not with fear, but with compassion. We had mended a wound not with force, but with understanding. As we drove away, leaving the whispering stones to their renewed peace, I felt a shift within myself. My guardianship was evolving. It wasn't just about protecting against malevolence or avoiding overwhelming power. It was also about understanding, about healing, about restoring balance. The wilderness was not just a collection of threats and wonders. It was a complex, living ecosystem, both physical and spiritual. And I, the young guardian, was slowly learning to navigate its intricate currents, to listen to its many voices, and to play my part in maintaining its delicate, ancient balance. The snow continued to melt over the following weeks, revealing the vibrant greens of early spring. The logging camp buzzed with renewed activity, the rhythm of work settling into a familiar, comforting routine. But beneath that surface, a new understanding had taken root amongst us. The whispering stones became another place, like the bridge and the crag, that we acknowledged with reverence and avoided out of respect, not fear. My relationship with Silas deepened further. He no longer just shared fragments of knowledge. He began to systematically teach me, to mentor me in the traditional ways. We spent hours in the quiet of his cabin, or walking through the burgeoning forest, as he unveiled the deeper meanings behind the land's energies. He taught me about the spirit animals, the elementals of the air and water, and the subtle language of dreams. He was preparing me, I realized, for a role far greater than I had ever imagined. Mark, Gus, and Frank continued their work, but their outlook had changed. They were still loggers, still practical men, but their experiences had broadened their perceptions. They carried a quiet awe, a deeper respect for the unseen currents that flowed through the wilderness. They didn't speak of it often, but their actions showed it. A lingering silence near certain old trees, a careful avoidance of certain remote glades, a newfound reverence for the ancient rhythms of the forest. Life at the camp in many ways had become a crucible, forging not just timber, but a new kind of community, bound by shared secrets and a common, unspoken purpose. We were guardians now, each in our own way, standing watch over the delicate boundary between the worlds. One afternoon, late in spring, a small, independent geological survey team arrived at the camp. They were contracted by a distant mining corporation, looking for potential new sites. They were a cheerful, efficient bunch, full of scientific instruments and optimistic talk of mineral deposits. Their lead geologist, a young, bright woman named Dr. Evelyn Reed, immediately sought out Mark. She spread out a series of detailed topographical maps on a large table in the mess tent. "We're particularly interested in this area," she explained, tracing a finger across the map. "High mineral potential, according to preliminary satellite data. It's quite remote, but the geological signatures are promising. We're calling it the Ironwood Ridge Prospect. My gaze, drawn by an instinctive pull, immediately fell upon the area she indicated, Ironwood Ridge. It was a jagged, heavily forested area, several days' journey north of the Whispering Stones and even further from the crag. It was a region I had never personally explored, but I had heard whispers about it from old-timers. Tales of strange lights, of compasses spinning wildly, of an unsettling stillness that settled upon the land. As Dr. Reed continued to explain their plans, a familiar tingling began in my fingertips, a low hum beneath my skin. It wasn't the sorrow of the stones, the hunger of the crag, or the seductive pull of the thirsty earth. This was different, a feeling of profound density, of immense compressed energy. It felt volatile, dangerous. Dr. Reed pointed to a specific spot on the map, a small, almost perfectly circular depression in the center of the ridge. Our core samples suggest a highly unusual ferrous concentration here, she enthused, her eyes bright with scientific curiosity. We believe it could indicate a massive, undiscovered iron ore deposit. We plan to set up a temporary base camp here and begin deeper exploratory drilling within the month. My breath caught in my throat, the circular depression. I had heard the old stories about that place. Silas had mentioned it once in passing, his voice hushed. He called it the Scar, a place where the earth itself was wounded, a place of immense chaotic power where the very fabric of reality was thin and frayed, not a passage, not a shrine, not a home, but a tear. I looked at Dr. Reed, her face alight with the promise of scientific discovery and economic gain. She was completely oblivious to the unseen forces that hummed beneath the surface of the land she planned to exploit. Dr. Reed, I said, my voice cutting through her enthusiastic explanation, you can't drill there. She looked up, surprised, a slight frown creasing her brow. And why not, young man? Our data is solid, our projections are excellent. This could be a significant find. It's not just about minerals, I insisted, my voice gaining an edge of urgency. That place, it's old, very old, and it's dangerous. It's a bad place. Dr. Reed raised an eyebrow, a polite, condescending smile playing on her lips. Are you referring to some local superstition, perhaps an old prospector's tale about cursed ground? While I respect local folklore, our geological data supersedes anecdote. It's more than folklore, I said, my gaze unwavering. It's a place of immense chaotic energy. To disturb it, to drill into it, would be to... Dr. Reed, I said, my voice cutting through her enthusiastic explanation, you can't drill there. She looked up, surprised, a slight frown creasing her brow. And why not, young man? Our data is solid, our projections are excellent. This could be a significant find. It's not just about minerals, I insisted, my voice gaining an edge of urgency. That place, it's old, very old, and it's dangerous. It's a bad place. Dr. Reed raised an eyebrow, a polite, condescending smile playing on her lips. Are you referring to some local superstition, perhaps an old prospector's tale about cursed ground? While I respect local folklore, our geological data supersedes anecdote. It's more than folklore, I said, my gaze unwavering. It's a place of immense chaotic energy. To disturb it, to drill into it, would be to invite disaster. I could feel the hum growing stronger now, a low thrumming vibration deep in my bones, warning me. Mark, who had been listening quietly, stepped forward. Kid S got a point, Evelyn. There are places in these woods, well, places that just ought to be left alone. We've learned that the hard way. His voice was calm, but there was an unmistakable warning in his tone. He'd seen enough to trust my instincts now. Dr. Reed's smile faltered slightly as she sensed the shift in the room's atmosphere. Her eyes flickered to Mark, then back to me. Look, I appreciate your local knowledge, but we're scientists. We deal with facts, with verifiable data. We can't simply abandon a potentially lucrative site based on a feeling. She gestured vaguely at me, or on what sounds suspiciously like old wives' tales. It's not an old wives' tale, I countered, my patience fraying. It's a tear in the land, a place of extreme instability. Silas calls it the scar. To drill there would be like poking a sleeping giant with a stick. At the mention of Silas, Dr. Reed's expression changed. She glanced at her two younger colleagues, who were looking increasingly uncomfortable. Silas, the local elder, the one who lives by himself in the woods. There was a dismissive note in her voice, but also a flicker of something else, perhaps a grudging acknowledgement of local influence. Silas understands these woods better than anyone alive, Mark stated firmly, and he's not one to cry wolf. Dr. Reed sighed, clearly frustrated. All right, look, I'm willing to be reasonable. How about this? We'll set up our base camp a safe distance away from your scar. We'll conduct our preliminary surveys, take some readings, and we'll keep you informed. If we find anything truly anomalous, beyond what our instruments expect, we'll consult. But we're not going to halt a multi-million-dollar operation on the basis of a gut feeling. She gave me a tight, professional smile. No offense, of course. I knew it was the best I was going to get for now. No offense taken, Dr. Reed, I said, my voice heavy with a premonition of dread. But I'm telling you, this isn't just about strange readings. This is about something that can unravel everything. She simply nodded, her smile returning, as if she were humoring a child. Well, let's hope it doesn't come to that, shall we? The survey team, oblivious to the unspoken warnings, moved in over the next few days. They set up a small, temporary camp a few miles from the circular depression, a cluster of brightly colored tents and humming generators in the ancient forest. Their equipment, a bewildering array of sensors, drills, and mapping devices, seemed to buzz with a relentless, human-made energy that grated against the quiet, ancient pulse of the wilderness. I kept my distance, but the feeling of profound density from Ironwood Ridge was a constant presence in my mind. It was like a tightly coiled spring, waiting to be released. Silas, too, felt it. He would often look north, his gaze distant and troubled. The scar, he would say, his voice low. It is not a hunger, not a sorrow, not a seeking. It is simply chaos, pure, untamed entropy, a wound that bleeds disorder into the world. What happens if they open it? I asked, a knot of dread tightening in my stomach. Silas shook his head slowly. The fabric of this world is strong, but it is not unbreakable. To tear it further, to force open a place that wishes to remain sealed, it will warp what is around it, twist what is real, and it will not care what is caught in its wake. He began to teach me about different kinds of wards, not just for protection against specific entities, but against general chaos. He spoke of grounding oneself so deeply that one could resist the pull of unreality, of strengthening one's perception so that one could distinguish truth from illusion. This was new territory, far more abstract and unsettling than anything I had learned before. A week after the survey team arrived, the first strange reports began to filter back to our camp. They were subtle at first. One of their geologists complained of her compass spinning wildly, even when she was miles from any known magnetic anomaly. Another reported his GPS displaying impossible coordinates, placing him in the middle of a lake when he was clearly on solid ground. The camp's radio, usually crystal clear, began to crackle with static and faint, distorted voices that weren't anyone on their team. Dr. Reed, ever the scientist, dismissed these as equipment malfunctions, or perhaps localized electromagnetic interference from natural mineral deposits. But her face, I noticed during a brief supply run she made to our camp, was beginning to show lines of stress. The confident light in her eyes was starting to dim, replaced by a flicker of unease. Then came the more unsettling accounts. Crew members reported hearing strange whispers in the woods, not unlike the whispering stones, but far more unsettling. These whispers weren't mournful or seeking. They were jumbled, nonsensical, sometimes speaking in voices that sounded like their own, but saying things they had never uttered. Objects would disappear and reappear in odd places. Tools left on a workbench would be found hanging from a tree branch. Small, mundane things, but persistent, disorienting. One evening, Mark called me into his office. Gus and Frank were already there, their faces grim. "Kid," Mark said, gesturing to a crumpled report on his desk. Dr. Reed just radioed in. One of her team, a surveyor named Miller, walked away from their camp 3 days ago. Just walked away. Said he was going to check a boundary marker. Haven't seen him since. My blood ran cold, vanishing, again, but this felt different. Not the clean, final absorption of the thirsty earth, nor the violent snatch of the hollow one. This felt like a dissolution. "Did he leave any tracks?" I asked, remembering Henderson. Mark shook his head. "None, just gone. They've done grid searches, but the terrain up there is rough, thick with old growth. They think he might have fallen into a ravine or gotten lost." "But the whispers," I said, remembering Salas's warning about chaos. "The compasses, the disorientation. This isn't just someone getting lost." Gus grunted. "Sounds like that damn scar is acting up. I told them not to mess with it." "They haven't even started drilling yet. Not serious drilling anyway," Frank added, rubbing his grizzled beard. "Just some core samples." "Even core samples are an intrusion," I explained, relaying Silas's words. "It's enough to stir it. The scar isn't like the crag with a deep, contained hunger. It's a tear, and once you start pulling at the edges of a tear, it only grows." Mark sighed, running a hand through his hair. "So, what do? We can't just let these people get swallowed by whatever that thing is, and they won't listen to us." "They're planning to bring in heavier equipment next week," I said, recalling Dr. Reed's earlier comments, "to start the exploratory drilling at the center of the depression." A cold dread settled over us. If the subtle intrusions were already causing this much chaos, what would direct drilling into the scar unleash? "I need to go to Silas," I told them. "He'll know what to do, or at least he'll know what we're up against." The next morning, I made the journey to Silas's cabin. He listened intently as I recounted the escalating strange occurrences at Ironwood Ridge, culminating in Miller's disappearance. His face grew more somber with each detail. "The scar is awakening," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "It is stretching, and the first thing chaos does is unravel order. It distorts perception, it confuses the mind, it makes the familiar strange. Poor Miller. He likely didn't just walk off. He likely walked into something that wasn't there or wasn't real." "Can we stop them?" I asked, desperation creeping into my voice, "before they drill into it completely?" Silas looked at me, his eyes filled with a deep, ancient sorrow. "You cannot stop a force that does not understand. They speak the language of rock and metal, of profit and data. They do not speak the language of the land's spirit, of balance, of chaos, and they will not listen until it is too late." "Then what can we do?" I pressed. "We can't just let them unleash this." Silas closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them. We must protect what we can. We must prepare. For when the scar truly opens, its reach will extend far beyond Ironwood Ridge. It will attempt to unravel the very fabric of reality around it, and we who are attuned will be the first to feel it. He began to explain the nature of the scar's chaos. It wasn't a physical entity with teeth and claws, or a consuming spiritual hunger. It was an assault on perception, on identity, on the very linearity of time and space. The compasses spun because the magnetic poles were locally disrupted. GPS failed because the concept of fixed coordinates became fluid. Voices were distorted because the air itself became a medium of fractured sound. Miller had vanished because he had likely stepped into a fold of unreality, a place where he simply ceased to be. The scar seeks to return everything to primordial unform, Silas explained, to the chaotic soup from which creation sprang. It doesn't desire, it simply is. He taught me new grounding techniques, focusing not just on connecting with the earth, but on anchoring my own consciousness, my sense of self, against the coming storm of unreality. He spoke of mental wards, of creating an inner sanctuary of coherence and order that even the deepest chaos could not penetrate. You must be a still point, he emphasized, his gaze piercing, a beacon of stability in a sea of unraveling. This is your greatest challenge yet, young guardian, for how do you fight something that can make you question your own existence? Over the next few days, the reports from Ironwood Ridge grew more alarming. More equipment failures, more inexplicable disappearances of small items, and now the crew members themselves were showing signs of mental strain. They reported vivid, disturbing dreams, waking hallucinations, and a profound sense of disorientation even in familiar surroundings. Dr. Reed called Mark, her voice strained, admitting that her team was on the verge of mutiny. She had even heard the whispers herself, she confessed, and swore she saw fleeting shadows that weren't there. They're going to pull out, Mark told me grimly. They've called off the drilling, said the site is geologically unstable in an unprecedented way. Their chief engineer is convinced there's a massive underground electromagnetic field interfering with everything. They're leaving tomorrow. A wave of relief washed over me, quickly followed by a fresh surge of dread. They're leaving, but they've already disturbed it. What if it's too late? Silas, when I relayed the news, simply nodded. It is a seed that has been planted. The scar has been awakened. It will not simply go back to sleep. Its influence will spread, slowly at first, then faster. They have opened the door, even if they choose not to walk through it. The next morning, the geological survey team packed up their camp in a hurry. Dr. Reed looked pale and exhausted, her scientific confidence completely shattered. She didn't meet my gaze when she passed me on the road. Her team looked even worse, their eyes wide with fear and sleepless nights, their faces etched with the strain of experiencing the inexplicable. They were fleeing, not from a physical danger, but from the encroaching madness of unreality. For a few days, a fragile calm settled over our logging camp. The immediate threat seemed to have receded, but the silence felt different now. It was not the peaceful silence of the forest, but a watchful, expectant hush. Then the phenomena began to creep closer to our territory. It started subtly. Tools left out in the evening would sometimes be found in peculiar, impossible positions the next morning. A chainsaw balancing precariously on a single branch, a heavy axe embedded point down in a rock. Shadows, when you looked quickly, seemed to writhe and distort at the edges of your vision. Sounds would sometimes echo strangely or come from directions that made no sense. Frank was the first of our crew to experience something more direct. He was felling a tree near the northern edge of our current operations, about 15 miles south of Ironwood Ridge. He came back to camp that evening, his face ashen. I was cutting the big cedar just like any other day, he recounted, his voice trembling slightly as he recounted the story in the mess tent that evening. Had my eye on the wedge, knew exactly where it was going to fall, but as it started to lean just for a second, the whole damn forest around me, it twisted. The trees weren't trees, they were like lines, like someone drew them wrong, and the ground, it shifted under my feet. Felt like I was falling, but I was standing still. Gus, who had always scoffed at Frank's occasional tall tales, listened with uncharacteristic solemnity. "You sure you weren't just tired, Frank? Hit your head." "I know what I saw, Gus," Frank shot back, his eyes wide. "And I know what I felt. It was like the world just stuttered, like a broken reel." The next morning, Gus himself had a strange encounter. He was setting traps for a local trapper, a job he often did to supplement his income. He returned to camp in the afternoon, looking rattled. "Lost my way," he admitted, something he rarely did. "I know these woods like the back of my hand, kid, every rock, every stream. But today I walked for an hour, thought I was heading east, saw the sun on my right shoulder. Then the sun just jumped, moved to my left. Next thing I know, I'm back where I started, looking at the same damn tree stump. Felt like I'd walked in a goddamn circle, but the compass in my head, it was all wrong." He pulled out his physical compass, showing it to me. The needle was spinning aimlessly. "It's getting closer," I told them, my voice grave. "The scar is bleeding its chaos into our land." Mark called a meeting that evening with all the crew. He explained, as best he could, the situation at Ironwood Ridge, omitting the more ethereal details but stressing the unprecedented geological instability and the disorientation fields that had caused the survey team to flee. He advised everyone to stay in pairs, to keep their radios on, and to report anything unusual. He emphasized strict adherence to boundaries and warned against straying off known trails. The men listened, their faces a mixture of skepticism and growing apprehension. They were tough, practical loggers, but the stories were mounting, and the evidence of things breaking down was becoming undeniable. Silas and I spent hours mapping out the predicted spread of the scar's influence. He drew complex diagrams in the dirt, showing how the chaotic energy would propagate along natural ley lines, through ancient water sources, and along areas of geological stress. Ironwood Ridge was the epicenter, but its ripples would spread, like a stone dropped into a still pond. "The deeper the disturbance, the faster and wider it will spread," Silas explained, "and the effects will become more severe. The illusions will become more vivid, the distortions more profound. Eventually, it can twist living things, not into monsters, but into unthings, things that defy natural law." "What can we do to stop it?" I asked, frustration building within me. There has to be a way to close the tear, to mend the fabric. Silas shook his head slowly. "A tear of this nature, it cannot be simply mended like the crack in the whispering stones. This is not a wound of sorrow or a passage worn thin. This is a fundamental unraveling. The only way to combat true chaos is to introduce a counterforce of absolute order, a focus of immense will and concentrated stability." He looked at me, his gaze intense. "And that, young guardian, may fall to you. You have walked between worlds. You have learned to ground yourself. You have learned to be a still point. You may be the only one who can anchor this reality against the encroaching unreality." His words sent a shiver through me. The weight of his expectation, the immense responsibility, felt almost unbearable. How could I, a young man who had only recently learned to see the unseen, stand against something that threatened to unravel the very world. The next day, a small, independent logging crew, working a parcel several miles north of our operations, reported a terrifying incident. Their foreman, a grizzled old logger named Jedediah, was found wandering naked and incoherent through the woods, miles from his camp. He was mumbling about trees bleeding colors that weren't real and the ground turning to water. He had to be sedated and airlifted to a psychiatric hospital. His crew, shaken to their core, abandoned their operation and fled. This was no longer subtle. The scar's influence was accelerating, its effects becoming overtly psychological and physical. Mark, now thoroughly convinced, began to take drastic measures. He ordered all logging operations north of our main camp to cease immediately. He fortified our camp, not with fences or cameras, but by instructing everyone to wear Silas's protective amulets, which he had been crafting from specific woods and stones. He stationed trusted men, like Gus and Frank, on watch around the clock, not just for intruders, but for any signs of the spreading chaos. "We're not leaving," Mark declared at a camp meeting. "This is our home. We'll stand our ground, but we'll do it smart." Silas and I began to work on a larger scale, creating an energy perimeter around our camp, a collective grounding ritual that involved the entire crew. It was simple. During certain times of the day, everyone would pause, touch a specific amulet or a piece of wood, and focus their intent on stability, on the reality of their surroundings. It was a conscious act of collective will, an attempt to create a pocket of order in the encroaching disorder. It helped. The worst of the distortions seemed to dissipate around our immediate camp. Compasses worked, radios were clear, and while strange whispers could still be heard at the edges of the perimeter, they didn't penetrate the core. But beyond our bubble of collective intent, the wilderness grew increasingly unpredictable. Animals sensitive to the changes began to behave erratically. Birds flew in confusing patterns, sometimes crashing into trees. Deer wandered into camp, their eyes wide and disoriented. Bears, usually reclusive, became agitated and aggressive. The natural world was reeling under the influence of the scar. One afternoon, Silas and I were walking the perimeter, checking on the grounding stones he had placed. The forest was eerily quiet, the usual sounds of spring muted. The air felt thick, heavy, with an unnatural stillness. Suddenly, a massive oak tree, centuries old, standing perhaps 50 yards outside our perimeter, began to shimmer. Its bark seemed to ripple, its leaves changing color in impossible flashes, from green to vibrant blue, then deep crimson, then stark white, all in the space of seconds. The trunk appeared to twist and writhe, as if melting, then solidifying again. It wasn't an illusion of light, it was a physical manifestation of chaos. The tree was being unmade. We stood transfixed, watching in horror as the ancient oak collapsed in on itself, not with the crash of falling timber, but with a silent, implosive shudder. When the shimmering dissipated, where the tree had stood, there was nothing. No stump, no fallen branches, no debris, just an empty space, as if the tree had never existed. "The unmaking," Silas whispered, his voice trembling for the first time I had ever heard. "It has begun." The sight filled me with a primal terror, far greater than any monster or hungry spirit. This was an assault on existence itself. If a tree could simply cease to be, what about a person? What about the entire camp? "We have to do something, Silas," I said, my voice hoarse. "We can't just wait for it to swallow everything." Silas nodded, his gaze distant. "I know of one last resort, an ancient ritual spoken of only in the deepest of my people's lore, a way to create a true anchor, a focal point of absolute order within the heart of the chaos itself. "What is it?" I asked, a sliver of hope piercing through my despair. "It requires a sacrifice," Silas said, his eyes meeting mine, grave and unwavering. "Not of blood, not of life, but of connection. The ritual involves severing oneself from the natural currents of the land, from the very web of life that sustains us. To become an island, a true still point, so profoundly separate that the chaos cannot touch you. And from that point of perfect separation, to project a focused counterforce of order, like a stone dropped into the chaotic waters, creating ripples of stability." My mind reeled, severing oneself from the land, from the very connection that had become my strength, my purpose. It felt like a betrayal of everything I had learned, everything I had become. "And who performs this ritual?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. Silas looked at me, a profound sadness in his eyes. "It is the task of the guardian, the one who has walked between the worlds, who understands both the land's language and the human heart, the one who can choose, consciously, to step outside the natural order for the sake of preserving it." He paused, then added, his voice barely a whisper, "the one who has found his true self, only to risk losing it for a greater purpose." The weight of his words crushed me. I had come to this wilderness a lost boy seeking escape. I had found my shadow, my purpose, my connection. Now I was being asked to give it all up, to become isolated, alone, a living anchor against the unraveling of reality. "What would happen to me?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "You would exist," Silas said, "but you would be changed. The deep connection you have forged with the land, the subtle hum you feel, the whispers you hear, all of it would be silenced. You would be cut off. A beacon, yes, but a lonely one. You would save this place, perhaps, but you would never again truly belong to it in the same way." The thought was terrifying. The wilderness had become my home, my identity. To lose that connection, to become a detached observer, felt like a kind of death. But the image of the unmade oak tree, the fear in Frank's eyes, the disorientation of Gus, the terror in Dr. Reed's voice, it solidified my resolve. I had become a guardian, and guardians make sacrifices. "Tell me what I need to do," I said, my voice firm despite the tremor in my hands. Silas spent the next few days preparing me. The ritual was complex, requiring not only physical acts but also immense mental and spiritual discipline. It involved a long period of fasting, meditation, and chanting. He taught me how to consciously perceive the intricate web of energetic connections that tied me to the land, the roots beneath my feet, the air in my lungs, the subtle currents that flowed through every living thing. And then he taught me how to visualize severing those connections, one by one, with clear, unwavering intent. It was a process of deliberate disentanglement, a painstaking stripping away of the very essence of my spiritual bond with the earth. It was painful, a deep ache in my soul, like tearing away a part of myself. But with each connection I severed, I felt a strange kind of clarity, a growing sense of detachment that was both empowering and terrifying. Mark, Gus, and Frank, though they didn't fully understand the spiritual intricacies of the ritual, stood by me with unwavering support. They knew the danger was real, and they trusted Silas's wisdom and my resolve. They handled all the practical preparations, creating a secure, quiet space for the ritual in a remote, protected clearing within our perimeter. "You know, kid," Gus said one evening, his voice rough with emotion, "you ain't gotta do this. We can fight this thing another way. Maybe just pack up and run." "Where would we run to, Gus?" I asked. looking out at the chaotic shadows that flickered at the edge of the camp's light. If this thing can unmake a tree, what's to stop it from unmaking a whole city? Someone has to stand here. Someone has to fight it. Frank clapped me on the shoulder. You're a good kid, the best damn guardian these woods could ask for. Mark simply met my gaze, a silent acknowledgement of the impossible burden I was preparing to carry. We'll be here, kid, he said, his voice steady, holding the line for you. The day of the ritual dawned clear and cold. The chaos was intensifying. The sky at times seemed to shimmer, the sun's light fracturing into strange, unnatural rainbows. Distant sounds were muffled, distorted, like voices whispering from beneath water. Our collective grounding still held, but the pressure on it was immense. Silas led me to the chosen clearing, a small, circular space surrounded by ancient pines. A large, flat stone, smooth and worn by centuries, lay in the center. This would be my anchor point. Mark, Gus, and Frank stood at the edge of the clearing, their faces grim but resolute. They had brought the few items Silas requested: a small bowl of clear spring water, a bundle of fresh pine needles, and a finely crafted knife with a wooden handle. Silas began the ritual with a series of low chants, drawing us into a profound state of focus. He used the pine needles to smudge the clearing, the pungent smoke a purification against the encroaching disorder. He then instructed me to sit on the flat stone, facing north, towards the heart of the scar. You must be utterly still, Silas whispered, his eyes locked with mine. Your mind clear, your intent absolute. This is not a battle of force, but of will. You are creating a void that chaos cannot enter, a point of pure order that will radiate outward. He placed the bowl of water before me, its surface still and reflective. This water represents the unbroken web of life, your connection to all things. You must look into it, acknowledge it, and then, with the strength of your will, choose to separate yourself from it. I gazed into the water. In its depths, I saw flickers of memory, the terror of the bridge, the vastness of the crag, the peaceful glade of the cedar tree, the mournful whispering stones, the gentle call of the thirsty earth. I saw the faces of my friends, of Agnes, of Silas. I felt the deep, abiding love I had developed for this wild, beautiful, terrifying land. It was everything, and I was about to cut myself off from it. A profound sorrow welled up inside me, a grief so immense it threatened to shatter my resolve. My hands trembled, tears blurring my vision. This was the hardest sacrifice of all, not my life, but my connection, my belonging. But then I remembered the unmade oak. I remembered Jedediah, driven mad. I remembered the encroaching chaos, threatening to swallow not just me, but everything I had come to love, everything I had vowed to protect. My hand reached for the knife. It felt cold, heavy. When you are ready, Silas whispered, you will press the blade to the surface of the water, not to disturb it, but to mark the severance, a symbolic break of the connection, and then you will close your eyes and enter the stillness. I took a deep, shuddering breath. The air around us seemed to crackle with latent energy, the forest holding its breath. I focused on the water, on the reflection of the sky, the trees, myself. And then, with a silent prayer, with a strength of will I didn't know I possessed, I slowly, deliberately pressed the tip of the knife to the surface of the water. There was no splash, no ripple. Instead, a profound stillness spread from the point of contact, as if the water itself had frozen. A faint, almost imperceptible crack sounded in the air, not of glass breaking, but of an ancient tether snapping. At that moment, a wave of profound emptiness washed over me. The vibrant hum of the world, the subtle whispers, the feeling of connection to the earth beneath me, it all vanished. It was like stepping into a vacuum, a sudden, absolute silence. A deep, cold sense of isolation enveloped me. I was an island, truly alone. I closed my eyes as instructed. The world inside me was now as silent as the world outside. No more whispers, no more hums, just a profound, almost terrifying stillness. Silas's voice, distant and echoing as if from another dimension, guided me. Now, from this place of pure separation, project your will. Focus your intent, not outward, not to fight, but to be order, to be stability. Let your very essence become a shield, a beacon, an anchor against the chaos. I focused, drawing deep into the core of my being. I visualized myself as a rock, immense and unmoving, in the midst of a churning, chaotic sea, a perfect, unwavering point of stillness. I poured every ounce of my will, every atom of my being, into this projection of absolute order. The silence around me deepened, becoming almost physical. I felt a subtle shift, a sense of pushing back, like an immense, silent wave radiating from my core. It was not an aggressive act, but a profound, undeniable assertion of reality against unreality. I remained in that state, suspended between worlds for what felt like an eternity. Time lost all meaning. My body was numb, my mind a singular point of unwavering will. I was not breathing, not thinking, not feeling. I simply was an anchor. Slowly, gradually, the intense pressure began to recede. The profound coldness that had gripped me began to lessen. A faint, almost imperceptible warmth spread through my chest, like the first hint of dawn after a long night. Silas's voice returned, closer now, imbued with a gentle relief. "It is done, young guardian. The anchor is set." I slowly opened my eyes. The clearing was bathed in the soft light of late afternoon. Mark, Gus, and Frank stood there, their faces etched with concern, but also with a quiet awe. The air felt different. It was still, yes, but it was a natural stillness now, not the oppressive silence of chaos. The sky was a clear, brilliant blue. The trees around us were solid, real, their leaves of vibrant green. The sounds of the forest, birds chirping, leaves rustling, slowly began to return, faint at first, then clearer. The chaos had receded. I tried to feel the familiar hum of the earth, the subtle whispers, the deep, living pulse of the wilderness. But there was nothing, only silence. I was indeed an island. A profound sense of loneliness settled over me, sharp and piercing. I had saved the world, but at what cost to myself? Silas approached, his face weary but relieved. He placed a hand on my shoulder. "You have done it, child. You have created the anchor. The scar will not unmake this land, not now. Your will has pushed back the tide of chaos." "But I can't feel anything," I whispered, my voice hoarse from disuse. "It's all gone, my connection." Silas nodded, his eyes full of compassion. "Yes, that is the price. You are now a bridge in a different way. You stand in the silence, a sentinel between the worlds. You are the still point around which reality can now reassert itself." I looked at my hands, at the familiar lines and calluses, feeling strangely detached from them. This was me, yes, but not the me who had learned to listen to the wind, to read the language of the rocks. That part of me was gone. Mark, Gus, and Frank came forward, their relief palpable. "You all right, kid?" Mark asked, his voice thick with emotion. I nodded, unsure how. How I was and how I was not. "I'm here," I managed, my voice raspy. "The chaos, it's gone." Mark pulled me into a hug, surprisingly fierce. Gus clapped me hard on the back, and Frank gripped my arm, his eyes shining with relief. They didn't need the subtle whispers or the hum to know the world had shifted. The air itself sang with a renewed clarity, a quiet promise of return to normal. But for me, normal was a distant memory. I walked back to camp with them, surrounded by their shared relief yet profoundly alone. The forest around us, once a symphony of life I could feel in my bones, was now just trees, rocks, dirt, all of it muted, indistinct, devoid of the vibrant, living energy I had grown to depend on. It was like living in a world suddenly drained of color and sound, even as the others began to hear and see it anew. Silas stayed by my side. He understood. He saw the hollowness in my eyes, the ghost of a connection that was no longer there. Over the next few days, the camp slowly returned to something resembling its old rhythm. The loggers, relieved of the terrifying distortions, started their work again, albeit with a new, quiet respect for the wilder parts of the land. Compasses worked. Radios were clear. The strange whispers and flickering shadows were gone. The natural world began to heal, its animals slowly returning to their accustomed patterns. But the scar remained. Its chaotic heart was still there, a wound deep in the land, held in check only by the anchor I had become. Silas explained that my ritual hadn't erased the tear, but had stabilized the fabric of reality around it. The scar was contained, its malevolent influence unable to spread, but it still existed, a constant presence, a potential future threat if the anchor were to ever falter. My life, too, had changed irrevocably. I continued to live at the camp, performing my duties, but every task felt different. Cutting wood, repairing equipment, even just walking through the forest, it was all done with a strange detachment. I could no longer anticipate a falling branch by a shift in the air, or sense the hidden path of a deer. I was just a man, seeing the world through ordinary eyes, hearing it with ordinary ears. The rich, layered tapestry of the unseen, the very essence of my guardianship, was gone. The loneliness was a constant companion. I missed the hum, the whispers, the feeling of the earth beneath my feet, speaking its ancient language. It was a physical ache, a phantom limb of the soul. I tried to meditate, to reconnect, but it was like trying to hear music after going deaf. There was only silence. Silas, however, did not abandon me. He understood my grief, but he also saw my new purpose. "You are still a guardian, child," he told me one evening as we sat by his fire, the flame casting long shadows on his wise face. "Perhaps more so now than ever before. You are the wall that holds back the tide, the steadfast light in the storm. You are the guarantor of this world's reality, a silent promise that the chaos will not consume it." "But I can't feel it anymore," I whispered, looking out into the dark forest. "I can't hear it. I'm blind and deaf to the very thing I'm supposed to protect." Silas smiled, a sad, knowing smile. "And that is your strength. You cannot be swayed by its seduction, nor confused by its illusions. You stand outside of it, a pure point of order. Others, like myself, we are still within the flow, still subject to its subtle influences. But you are untouched, and that untouchability is your power." He then began to teach me in a new way, no longer about sensing the unseen, but about maintaining the anchor. He spoke of mental discipline, of cultivating an inner stillness so profound that it would resonate outward, reinforcing the stability I had created. He taught me specific visualizations, ways to concentrate my will, to project that unwavering order into the land. It was a different kind of magic, a silent, internal art of holding steady. Mark, Gus, and Frank saw my struggle. They saw the emptiness in my eyes, but they also saw the quiet strength that had replaced my earlier vibrancy. They never asked if I regretted it. They simply gave me space and their unwavering loyalty. "You saved us, kid," Gus said one day, placing a rough hand on my shoulder. You saved all of us. Don't you ever forget that. I learned to live with the silence. It wasn't easy. There were days when the loneliness threatened to overwhelm me, when I yearned for just a flicker of the old connection. But then I would think of the unmade tree, of Jedediah's vacant stare, of the encroaching chaos, and my resolve would harden. I had made a choice, a sacrifice, and I would honor it. My relationship with the land transformed. It was no longer a lover, but a cherished child I protected from afar. I watched the seasons change, the trees grow, the rivers flow, but I did so as an observer, a sentinel, not a participant in its intimate dance. Years passed, the logging camp thrived, operating with a cautious respect for the wilderness it inhabited. The story of Ironwood Ridge became a hushed legend, a warning against disturbing the ancient places. Dr. Reed's team never returned, their geological data deemed an anomaly, their reports of electromagnetic fields filed away as a curious, unsolved mystery. I grew older, my hair slowly graying at the temples. The young man who had stumbled into these woods, seeking escape and finding purpose, was long gone. In his place was a man of quiet strength, a silent guardian. The scars of my sacrifice were deep, but they had forged me into something unyielding. Sila's too aged, his movements becoming slower, his eyes even deeper with ancient wisdom. He eventually passed peacefully in his sleep, surrounded by the forest he loved. His passing was a profound loss, but I carried his teachings, his legacy within me. He had prepared me for this solitary path, for this unique burden. Sometimes late at night, I would walk to the edge of the camp, under the vast, silent stars. I would close my eyes and I would listen, not with my ears, not with my old senses, but with that deep inner stillness Silas had taught me. I wouldn't hear the hum or the whispers or the pulse of the earth, but I would feel something else. I would feel the steady, unwavering thrum of the anchor, emanating from my own core, holding the world together. A silent, constant force pushing back against the chaotic heart of the scar. It was a different kind of connection, born not of belonging, but of profound, self-imposed isolation. And in that profound, powerful silence, I found a new kind of peace. It was the peace of purpose, of knowing that despite my personal loss, the world was safe because I stood guard. The wilderness, in its physical and spiritual forms, continued to breathe, to live, to thrive, held in a delicate balance by a sentinel who had chosen to stand forever apart, yet forever bound to its preservation. I was the still point, the guardian, and the world went on.